liberty, and justice for all.
I want to welcome everyone to tonight's meeting. We are being taped by Brad. I'm sorry. Rappa, a professor at IC. He and his students are here getting real life experience.
You gonna make a reality show about it?
Sure. I do have write-ups of the project that we're working on as students, so for anyone who's interested, come find me afterwards and I can give you my business card and also a description of what we're trying to do for our reality show.
I'm making some changes to the agenda. I've deleted the closed session. And am taking all the action items off of old business. I would like to add under new business, I would like to add a discussion of the process going forward on the Black Oak Wind Farm. So we will start with privilege of the floor. The audience is to direct their comments to the entire board. I again request that there be no interruptions, no talking among yourselves, and you will be allowed to speak once on a subject. Privilege of the floor, Art Hauser.
So Art Hauser, I live at 17 Van Dorn Road South. And finally, on regards to the tax rate and the budget for this year, I mean, last year there was a 1% county levy, 30% for the town, and 2% for the fire department. So I think I paid like 14% increase, in the taxes last year. So I wasn't aware of it prior to receiving it in the mail, so I haven't been down to the meetings, so I haven't been keeping up with what's going on. This year, looking at, in the letter it said 0. So even a 0 means I've got to pay the 30% levy again and paying the 14% again, same as last year when it should have been 2%. So I would hope that this year, there should be a 26% levy decrease to match the 2% we should have got last year. 2% we should, that the town should be paying this year. So by having a 0, and I would expect the county and the fire department to look at 2% again this year. And so a 0 and keeping the 30 last year means we're paying the 14% a second year in a row. So I would hope that the budget can, reflect what should have been a 2% last year and 2% this year.
Could I respond to that?
Yeah.
Is that okay, yeah? The only thing that you might want to notice is the year before that, there was actually a budget decrease for the town of Enfield. So chances are you're not going to get, and the reason there was a decrease the year before was that there was a mistake in the mathematics.
Okay.
So the year before should have been a little bit higher. To some degree, last year, did make up for the year before, but it also had a pretty big bump too. So I think
Yeah.
the percentages that you're saying are probably not right, but I think the concept that you're presenting is accurate, and I think that's what we should be
Yeah,
considering.
I'll let them look at that. I didn't
Yeah,
really look at
yeah.
it like that.
But it's definitely worth, that's great that you came and said that. Nick gave me some good thoughts, so thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Robert DeSori.
Robert Tesori, 570 Black Oak Road. I understand the action items were pulled, but I still have questions, concerns that I'd like to raise. Through this whole process, I keep hearing we have a fiduciary responsibility to our investors and shareholders. Same question, is the escrow account paid up to where it should be? Otherwise, I'm still saying consideration. Is the money in the bank, is the other question, in the escrow account, not a check, because I can write a check for any amount. The other thing that I keep hearing is due diligence. And I have a laundry list of things that have not been completed, verifiable things through the law, the wind law, through the permitting process that has not been completed, and anybody can take a look at this if they like. So those things need to be addressed before anything can move forward, as far as I'm concerned. Some of the things that I was going through this week, I had to speak with my insurance company on a few items, so I threw some questions out there. Our homeowners insurance, if there was a claim, now this is post-construction, if there was a claim, what would happen? And the answer was, we would go after the leaseholder, wherever the turbine is sitting on their property, it's their responsibility, we would go after them. So the other question that I have is, if they don't have homeowners insurance, then where does that leave us to take care of the damage? Do we have to take it on the chin? Because it still has to get fixed, and do the leaseholders know that this existed before they signed the lease? Some of the other things that I came up with, I spoke with, we actually had a meeting with our bank this morning, refinancing issues. But I was going through, let's see, could we get a loan on our retirement home that I've mentioned? We'd like to put one in the back of our property, and that's 320 feet from Turbine 2. And the best answer right up front was probably not. We would do a risk assessment, and we would not be comfortable furnishing the money unless you could get an insurance policy on there, which would be higher premiums for being within that safety zone. And I know it's been said right here on the 17th of last year, or the 17th of last December, I pulled up, Marguerite had stated, if you want to build another building on your property that is closer than 532 feet from someone else's turbine, you can do that knowing there's a turbine close by. Is that true? Can I get a permit even if I want to take that chance? And the statement
We're getting
says-
overtime.
Okay, the statement says building, not residence. So this is heavy industry, 200 gallons of oil. I mean, it's not a Chevy. So everything has to be correct. Everything has to be scrutinized before we go forward. It's safety, safe for the residents. Thank you.
Can I respond? The wind farm has provided the town with $34,500.
And that's in the account? That's not-
Yes.
that's not a check.
Ann Corman.
Hi, I wanted to speak about the wind farm. I'm an investor and on the board of directors. And I just wanted to speak to just as far as the our bills have been reconciled with the town, as the town board knows, but and just also wanted to reiterate that we also then have $15,000 in escrow, which was asked for And I'm looking forward to things moving on so we can get our wind energy permit.
With the substation.
Marguerite Wells.
Marguerite Wells, 863 Hates Road. Most of you covered, but covered what I was going to say. Thank you, Annie. But to respond to your question, Rob, if there was damage from a wind turbine on your property, it would not be on the homeowner. You know, in this case, Donnie Gunning, it would be on the project, and our lease with him covers that. We would have insurance throughout. That was it. Thanks.
What about substation?
One person at a time, directed to the whole board.
Oh my goodness.
Marguerite? would
Thank you.
Would you
Directed to that.
say that again? I was kind of,
Yes.
I don't know if I understood it exactly.
But if I understood Rob's question correctly, it was, and correct me if I didn't, Rob, if there was damage to your property caused by a wind turbine in some way, you're wondering who pays for that? Because your insurance company said we don't cover that, the other property would cover that. And that's true from their point of view, in that it's certainly not your problem to fix an injury caused to your property by something that we did. But it would not fall on Donnie Gunning's insurance policy his own self, because, for example, he might not have one, and it's not his doing anyway. It would be the company. And our lease with him has that in it.
So assumably, Black Oak's insurance would cover that situation.
Exactly.
Thank you.
You clarified your concern,
Yeah.
Mike. Dawn Drake.
Don Drake, 105 Griffin Road. I want to know why many topics are action items for tonight. They clearly are not ready to be voted on. Black Oak Wind Farm has not submitted full leases to all the board members, which is part of the permitting process, town law, which I said at the last board meeting, and yet still not have been done. Why is that? They had had plenty of time to do so. Also, where is the proof showing to the board as well as the residents that the old project is going to in fact work? With a turbine on Mr. Gunning property being an issue and also a huge part of the project, the substation is a big secret and an issue. The town board members, as well as our town lawyer, is supposed to be representing us, Enfield residents. I think it's great that Black Oak cannot accumulate any more recurring bills, but the town is still accruing bills from the lawyers. These future bills are going to fall on us taxpayers on top of the $20,000 for FOIL requests, which if that information was public, there would not be all these extra fees occurring. How is this fair to all of us? Black Oak does not have any type of vested rights, which they are implying they have, due to the fact they have not been issued a permit for this project. Nor have they spent a substantial amount of money on anything besides research, not on construction. The residents, on the other hand, if a permit is issued to Black Oak Wind Farm illegally without all these steps being completed first, Enfield residents will have case against the town. If Black Oak Wind Farm wants this project passed, they need to comply with the town of Enfield local law, which they have not done yet. Everything on the agenda that is up for action tonight has not been completely discussed and developed in accordance with our local law. The residents here tonight have invested in their homes and their properties. They should not have their normal way of life or their property be disrupted in any type of manner to accommodate this project that will not be even benefit to them, besides the side effects. All of us, including the board, has to follow the local. Why should Black Oak Wind Farm be above the law? From what we understand, the decommissioning process wasn't even finished being discussed as a board, and yet you're voting on it tonight. Let's make sure the entire process is done on the town's time, not Black Oak's time. And this is more important than most people know. This is a major industrial project, 483-foot towers in a small residential area, squeezed into such tight quarters that non-participating landowners will have to carry the burden of these towers. So close into the properties, they should have some type of recourse to fall back on, which is of what right now they don't. Does this seem fair to you or anyone? Please make sure you make your decisions based on the local law and based on our health and our safety. This is our town. Remember, we are here tonight looking to all of you to represent us. Thank you all.
Thank you. Melinda Testori.
Hi, I'm Melinda Testori. I'm at 570 Black Oak Road. I'm with him.
I'm with him, I'm with her. These two are with us, and we are part of the Enfield community. I'd like to thank the gentleman for bringing up the taxes. It is a concern for all of us. Unfortunately, it is overshadowed by the wind farm. Tonight, I would like to talk about a 90-day moratorium, but I want to be specific this time. We have all learned how important being specific is. Although I must say, it only seems to apply to us and not Black Oak. Black Oak was asked for specifics by the board after statements were made by them. Why have they not yet produced them? They have been able to jump from plan to plan without anything specific, because there was nothing specific in place. 2 weeks ago, in writing, we asked to have a moratorium put on the agenda, excuse me, and again, this past Friday. Both went unanswered by the supervisor. Why? We were very specific in our request. Then citizens asked specifically, and then it was discussed by the board, that you all take the time to look at all the information as a whole instead of piecemealing. All but one approved. Then, because there was not enough specifics in the resolution, 2 weeks later, something very, very shady happened. Special meeting. So I will ask again, very specifically, that a 90-day moratorium be put in place and all the specifics be laid out and discussed as a whole. Thank you.
Jude Lemke.
Jude Lemke, 15 Connecticut Hill Road. So, if I understand correctly, not 100% clear, you may have removed the discussion of all these various items having to do with Black Oak, the various plans, but still, comments. It's important that the board comply completely with town law, and that requires a public hearing on the application, which has not yet happened, a finding statement on the wind energy permit, which has also not happened. They need to explain why they can build the project they're asking for a permit for. They still have yet to submit evidence for how they can build the substation. The finding statement only calls for a 1-acre substation. My understanding is that the substation has to be a lot bigger than that. So how is it that the project can be approved when the original project only calls for a 1-acre substation and they need to build something bigger? They also are unable to build it on leased land, and that's all that they have at best with Rich Teeter. So how is it that they can build the substation that the original project is premised on? The inability to put a 2.3 megawatt turbine on Donnie's property is still unexplained, and they're trying to stick with the original project. The fact that turbines 4 and 5 still have to be moved to meet the setbacks. Again, they haven't explained how they're going to do that under this original project they're asking for a wind energy permit for. They're missing many things. They're required under the town law. We've given you an 8-page list of what those items are. They include blueprints, other construction plans, manufacturer's material safety data, and a whole host of other things that are still missing from the application before a wind energy permit can be approved. And the town needs a lot more than one meeting to review those 5 plans. We've given you significant number of comments, many pages on each of those five plans. And I don't think it's possible to cover those 5 plans in one meeting, as has been proposed in the last 2 town board meetings. And then finally, I think it's imperative that the town address the fact that the town law currently has an unenforceable wind noise standard of 60 dB over ambient, which is ridiculous. It translates into something like 80 or 90 and even 100 decibels. That needs to be fixed, because the town residents have absolutely no recourse under a nuisance suit with that kind of a standard. You need to amend that law to enforce a standard that is closer to what Black Oak is saying they're going to have. Let's say 46 dBA, that's what they say that the maximum is going to be. Before this project goes in, you need to fix that town law so we have recourse if they exceed what they say they're going to do under the town law. We have no recourse when you have the town law as it currently exists, for any kind of a nuisance suit to enforce the noise standards against Black Oak?
Marcus Gingrich.
Marcus Gingrich, 101 Rumsey Hill Road. A lot of what I was gonna say was already said, so there are a few things that I would like to clarify. One of the things that I think was alluded to, but I hope at some point is addressed, and that is that a couple of weeks ago, one of the board members asked specifically for a letter from the wind farm that would state that the configuration was staying exactly the same as what it was originally approved for, or allegedly approved for. I inquired about that, and I've not heard that that letter was ever received by the board, and I would like to know, if not, why not? Also, I know there was supposed to be a number of plans on the, as action items. I'm glad to see that they have been removed, that hopefully you're taking some time to really do your due diligence about it, and I appreciate that very much. I know I made quite a number, I've looked through them quite extensively, and I think I sent, hopefully you've received some of the comments that I sent regarding those. As far as I can tell, they're pretty seriously, they're deficient in a number of ways. There's also another thing that I would, I guess, like to say that I feel like you guys are getting a lot of criticism for stalling, for trying to drag this out, and I don't get that impression at all. I get the impression that you guys are actually trying to do things by our town law, which I really appreciate. And somebody trying to force it through and just forget about the town law, well, we've seen kind of where that's gotten us so far. It hasn't exactly gotten us into a good position. Basically, I would like to say, please keep doing your due diligence. Make sure things are done by our law. As others have pointed out, there's a lot of things that have not been done by the law. There's a lot of things still missing from the application. There's a lot of things that are just not right yet. So take your time, make sure you do a good job. And while you're doing it, try and consider our health and safety as well. Thank you.
Beverly Gingrich.
Beverly Gingrich, 101 Rumsey Hill Road. At the last meeting, I mentioned some letters that had been written by 13 residents of the Shirley Wind in Wisconsin regarding turbines that were shut down for maintenance in July, and how these people had a decrease in their negative health symptoms. I'd like to read just excerpts from a few more of those letters. This is by a woman. I have to say, it sure was nice to have the Shirley Wind turbines off towards the end of July. I slept great. Since the turbines were turned back on, I have not had a full or good, well-rested night of sleep. I wake up way before my alarm goes off at 4:30 a.m. and am tired all day. By 6:30 at night, I am falling asleep in my chair. I told my husband that when I retire, I will not live here. I do not want to be home all day with them running. I am lucky enough that I get a 9-hour break from being around them Monday through Friday. I'm lucky if I get 6 hours of sleep on a good night. With all these issues people are having, when will something be done? And we plan to continue homeschooling our family, so none of us would have that 9-hour break from our home. And these people, some of them are living as far as 1.5 miles from the turbines. This was written by a gentleman who has abandoned his house. July 26th, 27th, and part of 28th, I spent several hours at the house doing some cleaning and maintenance work. I didn't experience adverse health effects because the turbines were not turning, but was somewhat apprehensive because I didn't know when they would start up again. It only takes a few minutes after they start up for me to be affected, and if you have ever experienced how awful that feels, you would understand. I share this so you know it is not the building or property that causes my health symptoms. I don't have the head pressure, blurred vision, eye pressure, etc. unless the wind turbines are operating. I should clarify these letters were written to their county board of health. Another one by the wife of this gentleman who had to abandon their home. Last week, July 25th to 28th, I spent time at the home I have been driven from due to ear pain, head pressure, unsteadiness, and other adverse health sensations I began to experience shortly after the startup of the Shirley wind turbines in 2010. I am on record with more detail about this, but I am sending this to inform you I experienced none of these sensations during the time the turbines were down. I have been to the house this summer when the turbines started up before I left and did experience them then. There are more. They're online if you'd like to read more of them. I hope and pray that Enfield will remain on the map because of its natural beauty, hiking trails, gorges, waterfalls, and such like, and not because it became another infamous wind project like Shirley Wind.
Thank you. Brad Connors.
Brad Connors, I live at 1057 Bostwick Road. The only thing I'd like to add, a lot of what was said here was very important. You do need to do the due diligence. The other part and the angle I've taken on this, and in the very beginning, is when sacrifices have to be made, they have to be made in a way that people end up benefiting above the negatives that are created by it. If wind energy and to invest in it, looking at that, there's far better places to have these turbines placed where they'll be efficient. They're not going to be as efficient. The wind in this energy, in this area, compared to a lot of other areas, is marginal. Yes, it meets the criteria to go ahead, and yeah, it will produce energy. But why, when you take into account the fact that other siting necessities, such as close proximity of major roads and highways to mobilize the equipment, this is going to be very difficult. It's going to add a lot of added costs. There's going to be a lot of added equipment used that is going to produce fossil fuel emissions, greenhouse gases. So the installation is not going to be efficient. The potential is not as great as it could be at other locations. The only advantage in the siting process that Black Oak has is avoiding the cost of a transmission line that's in close proximity. So we need to weigh that in our decisions, that for what's marginal amount of energy, it would make sense to site the turbines in an area, and it's not around here unless you get up by the lakes or up on Tug Hill and such, that you're gonna have more available wind. Efficiency is the key. You wanna place the same equipment, place it somewhere else, it can produce twice as much energy. Thank you.
Bill Goodman.
Since the action items have been pulled, I'll pass.
Any other person wish to speak under privilege of the floor? Ron.
Ron Riddle, 235 Harvey Hill Road. I just wanted to say that I don't know what happened to the letters that everybody wrote that were supposed to be brought into this whole process. As you know, I got back and had no idea that this was going on. And that was like in April. And the only thing I'd like to say is that if the people on the board could please take their time with this and really make sure you know what you're signing or what you're deciding on and what all the, what all the wording means, go line by line if you have to. I'm against it. I totally am, it's going to change the area dramatically. And I'm for green energy as well as all these people here, but it's not, these kind of turbines, these huge energy turbines are not made to be You know, they're not made to be around people, you know, they're not made to be right next to where people live. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak under
Thank
privilege of the floor? Your name?
Joanne Cipolla Dennis, Dryden.
Spell that?
Sure, C-I-P-O,
C
yes,
I-P.
O-L-L-A hyphen D-E-N-N-I-S.
And your address?
964 West Dryden Road, Dryden, Freeville. All set? Thank you Supervisor Ryder for allowing me to speak privilege of the floor and the rest of the board members. I've been coming here for a couple of years now, and I am one of the investors in Black Oak Wind Farm. I wanted to come by tonight and actually ask you what is the problem. We've been giving you for a few years everything that you have asked for. This project, from my understanding, had been approved prior to some of you coming on this board. And now it seems like you want to actually change the laws to nix this project altogether, some of you. And so the stalling techniques are actually a well-practiced tactic to stall projects that people just don't want around for whatever reason they come up with. And so when I invested in this project, I didn't actually expect to make any money. It was actually a labor of love to help the environment. You have some benefits for the town. You will reap some tax benefits. Your community center will be built, and none of those things have happened yet because of stalling. I actually find it quite interesting that one of the board members on your board actually has a business that is a solar installation business, and so that competes with wind energy, in my opinion. So I'm wondering if that's a stall tactic that actually is being made. We have given you everything that you needed, and so we are spending money unnecessarily. And this project is at a standstill right now, which actually should have already been mostly built, and we should be starting to reap the revenues, not only the energy, but the money from that. And so we're not able to do that. And so at this point in time, I'm going to recommend that the next funds that the investors spend is towards an attorney to file suit against the town, which unfortunately will fall back on the residents. And that's where we are. And typically in these cases, it would be a case of bad faith because you are standing in the way of a business trying to make money off an investment. And so typically what happens is they will award 3 times. And so if that is what you would want to do from here on out, I guess you're going to put us in a position where we have no other choice. And so that's where we are. So I would really like a decision on this, or we're going to make a decision, and we're going to make it in our best interest. We are investors, and so that's where we stand. This is a business, and if you want to send a message to the rest of the businesses out there not to come here because you might change your mind after we invest, no one is going to invest that way. Business just doesn't happen that way. When you sign a contract, it is a legal binding contract. And so when you do that...
We're at time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I respond, Dan?
Yes.
You do mind?
That's fine. That's fine.
I appreciate your plain spokenness. I think you missed something by not coming over the last few years that you've been. I know you've been there a few times, but there's been so much happening, and this is so much more complicated than what you just spoke of. There's many, many other factors involved with it. I would be happy to sit here after the meeting and try and explain it to you if you want. If you don't, that's fine too. And obviously everyone has the right to sue if they so choose, but I don't know, maybe even some of your fellow people at the wind farm can explain it to you better, but
I
maybe
think
not.
I've had enough explaining from our people,
Yeah.
and so that's.
Okay, well, I'm happy to, if you want anything from me, I'm happy to give it to you. It's really more complicated than that, is all. So, okay.
I'd
that's
like to
fine.
respond to that.
One, you can stay for the second privilege.
Well, my response is.
I said one speech,
Mhm.
You did your one speech, Bob.
and you already have done your one speech. If you want to wait till the end for the second privilege of the floor, that's fine. But the rule here at the beginning is you speak once. Anyone else want to speak under privilege of the floor?
I will. Tammy Allen, 203 Hines Road. I think there's a lot more complication than what we all are thinking. I myself, 10 years ago, when I first saw this, I think at the Harvest Festival, or 7 years ago, whatever time period I saw it, I really thought it was one of these things that would never happen. And I really did not, or was not aware of where it was going to be. And I did not have this prepared. Little did I know it was going to be right above my grandmother's property. My parents also have 7 acres up there that they bought, which my son hunts on. A lot of the family get together and hunt up there. My cousin now owns it. A lot of my family are up and around that area. This isn't simple. This is generations of land that has been there through families for years and years and years. My grandmother was there 92 when she died, so, and I'm not sure when they bought it. I know my mother was there when she was younger and she's 70 something. So this is not simple. This is our way of life. We're gonna have to live there. We're gonna have to deal with it. Flicker, I didn't understand flicker till I went to a dinner the other night. There was a light above a fan. As the fan went, it was really quite annoying. And someone goes, well, that's what flicker is. And I thought, oh my God, this is gonna be horrible for some of those people. They're gonna actually have to be there and see this and have to deal with this. I'm all for green. I'm all for, I recycle as much as possible. Unfortunately, I have to drive to work and back. I wish I could take a bus. I wish I had hours that I could actually do that. My hours are 7 to 3:30, unfortunately. But it just isn't simple. People that live far away, they don't understand. This is not where you live. This is where we live. This is something we're gonna have to deal with. I hear over and over from the investors that we did this because we wanted to invest in energy. We wanted to invest to make a better place for everyone to live. Totally agree with that. But now we're getting to, oh, we're gonna sue you if you don't do this, you don't do that. That's not all about living and loving and energy and trying to make it a better place, is it? It's threatening, and I don't think that the board needs to hear any of that. We need to do it the right way so there isn't people jeopardizing their safety and things like that and suing the town. Either way, I'm gonna get sued. I'm the town, so whether you sue or they sue, I'm still gonna get sued. It's really a sad situation to think that this is all about green energy and trying to save the world and make it a better place, because that's not what this is supposed to be about. We're a community, we're supposed to be coming together. The wind farms should be doing that with us. As far as us doing it with the wind farms, that's where it's gonna be and that's what's gonna happen. It shouldn't be about fighting back and forth. This isn't what this is about. So let's think about that for our community. I like the idea of a community center. I have 3 children that live here. A granddaughter that's 1.5 years old that will probably go to Enfield. So I'm all about trying to make this a better place.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Did I say there are no budget amendments tonight? Did I
You did
say
now.
that? No. Oh, I didn't say that.
I don't think you did yet.
All right, there are no budget amendments. Would somebody please read is there anything that a member would like to remove from the consent agenda?
I need to pull out the special town board meeting minutes, because I have some questions on it.
Okay. So there's been a request to pull the minutes of the special meeting. Any other desires to treat things separately?
Nope, the audit claims are all signed.
Would you please read the audit claims?
The town board authorizes the supervisor to pay general fund vouchers 287 to 309 dated 10/12/16 in the amount of $21,647.88. Highway fund vouchers 169 to 185, dated 10/12/16, in the amount of $89,512.61.
Would you say the general fund voucher total amount again?
General fund was $21,647.88.
Oh, different than the piece of paper I have.
That's what the one I have anyway says.
Okay.
And that's because you added 2 vouchers after you copied that. The 2 attorney vouchers were added.
Okay, thank you
Okay.
for the explanation. I move that the consent agenda, excluding the special meeting minutes, be passed.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question.
Councilperson Bryant?
Aye.
Councilperson Carpenter?
Aye.
Councilperson Handstein?
Aye.
Councilperson Miles?
Aye.
Supervisor Ryder?
Aye.
Carried.
Okay, we will now talk about the minutes of the special meeting.
Um,
I thought we were putting that out.
We just did. We just took it out, so now we can talk about it.
Oh, I So-
Yeah. Yeah. Page 3, about 2/3 of the way down, Supervisor Ryder questioned if Councilperson Carpenter was worried about the lease with Rich Teeter. Councilperson Carpenter feels Rich Teeter, he is not required to put the substation on his land. And despite the fact that the extra he is in there,
Sorry.
we won't worry about that, but I don't think that's what I said, maybe I did, but what I meant from it was that I don't know whether Rich Teeter is required to put the substation on his land. That's what I was trying to find out. So I don't know the answer to that, and so I don't want to be quoted as saying that he isn't required. That's for the day, even though I feel it isn't required, because I don't know. So
Okay. I can
I'm
fix
hoping we
that.
can work toward that in this meeting today. Hopefully, that's the plan anyways, or my plan, but. Then the next paragraph, I'm a little bit, I read it 3 times now and I'm just not making sense out of it. So let me kind of read it slowly and see if we come up with the right thing here. Councilperson Carpenter mentioned the wind law, Article 3, Section 2, and I think it's 1, and I'm not, Article 3, Section 2, 1 doesn't really compute real well with
Maybe it's,
that.
I don't have it.
Or maybe it's an I. It's probably an I, right?
Aye.
This
Aye.
is an I, here in this minute.
Section 2, I. Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know what the wind
I
farm
wasn't sure if
law
it was a
says.
Roman 1 or an I.
Oh,
so-
it could be a Roman
okay.
one.
States, if a positive declaration of environmental significance has been issued at the completion of the secret review process and an EIS prepared, the town shall issue a statement of findings, which statement may also serve as the town's decision on the application, which is great, so that, I'm less confused about that one now. Article 3, Section 2J states upon receipt of the recommendation of the county planning board, where applicable, the holding of the public hearing and the completion of the secret process, the town board shall issue its determination upon the application within 30 days. He feels the town can only issue something based on a complete application and doesn't believe a complete action. I'm there, thank you. I was trying to make sense and I didn't make sense, it's been a long day. So, that's fine.
That's okay.
Yeah, I've
You
got
think
it.
they're
I was
substantially
confused.
representative of the happenings of the meeting?
Yeah, no, it's great, yeah, my brain wasn't computing very well, so, sorry.
It's okay.
But, so just the change with the Rich Teeter is all.
Okay.
And what's that change?
Councilperson Carpenter feels Rich Teeter is not required to put the substation on his land. And I don't feel that, I just don't know.
Questioned.
I think there's an
You
issue.
questioned if it was.
I think there's a
yeah.
question there,
Okay.
is the thing. And
Mhm.
so I don't know, I don't want to say that I do feel that way, so.
Okay.
I move that the minutes of the special meeting held September 28, 16 be approved. Is there a second? Other discussion? Call the vote.
Councilperson Bryant?
Aye.
Councilperson Carpenter?
Aye.
Councilperson Handstein?
Aye.
Councilperson Miles?
Aye.
Supervisor Ryder?
Aye, carried. There's one letter I received from the city of Ithaca. Enclosed, please find a proclamation from the city of Ithaca Mayor Savanti Myrick calling upon Congress and President Obama to support and reinstate insurance coverage for abortion services for women enrolled in public insurance programs by enacting the Each Woman Act. I guess it should be EACH Woman Act. Additionally, please find a certified copy of a resolution approved unanimously by the City of Ithaca Common Council on September 7, 2016, entitled Resolution Supporting Adoption of the Equal Access to Abortion Coverage in Health Insurance. Each Woman Act. Please let me know if I can be further of assistance to you. And there is a copy of the proclamation. I will give this to the clerk if anyone's interested in having it put on a subsequent agenda. Please notify me.
There are some chairs over here if you guys want to sit. One more.
Could we open the window? Or am I the only one stuffing?
Couple over by Dan.
I don't see a county legislator here. I only see, oh, we don't see a county legislator here. Highway Superintendent's report.
Finished up our summer projects last week, stone and oiling. So all those are done. We're doing cleanup work now and starting to get into regular maintenance. We have two major cross pipes we need to replace before snow flies, hopefully, on Van Dorn's Road. And other than that, about it. I have a question about the budget amendments. Is there a problem with them, or?
The problem's time.
So, but I'm supposed to continue business as usual? Will we all right?
I think it's always prudent to try to stay within the budgeted lines, or at least have some place to transfer from.
That's what I'm asking. I have money to transfer. That's what I was trying to do tonight. To stay in the positive instead of negative. If you're saying that's okay, we'll run it through next month, that's fine.
Yes, I will have budget amendments next month. And I did not have time to look up the cross-references from when I got your email.
So we could just do it all next month, the next month.
That's fine.
Yes, or we could do it in November's meeting, or we can do it at December's meeting.
When does the
before
budget
end
need to
of-
be finalized?
The next year's budget has to be finalized by November 20th, but this has nothing to do with next year's budget. This has to do with this current budget.
Oh, okay. All right. We're gonna talk about next year's budget, all right?
It's on the agenda.
Good.
It's on the agenda. I wanted to relate that Larry Salzgiver is very pleased with the work that you did in front of his house and his neighboring house with pipes. Culverts.
Driveway pipes.
And the intersection of Van Dorn and Enfield Center looks great too.
Thanks.
Good.
And we're having
Not
a
better than it
problem with, seems like a lot of our markers are starting to disappear this last week and a half.
What are-
Delineators, the yellow markers that we have alongside the road and this.
So those sticky up ones, or, yeah?
We've lost 6 last week and we lost 8 last night.
They're metal,
Yeah.
they're yellow,
On post.
on posts.
They take the whole post or
And they have
just a marker?
blue, the whole thing, yeah. What are their markers for our cross pipes, so we know where the edge is and where the pipe is. And they're yellow with a blue, with blue on them and a green stake. They're taking the whole things. And we lost one bridge marker or box culvert marker on Fish Road. It just disappeared, pulled out of the ground.
Would it help to make them out of plastic so they couldn't sell them for metal?
Well, they actually, they do have plastic ones now that cost about
More.
more money, but they're more durable too. It's
Right.
the matter of switching over.
Okay.
And you've had more vandalism than you usually do in a season?
Yeah, this last 2 weeks. It's all been on Enfield Center Road, east and west. And we seem to have a hot rod that likes to buy tires too, because there's black marks all over the place and they're tearing up the roads. Also, the new roads even, doing burnouts and stuff. It is what it is. People see it, whatever.
Does that actually damage the road or just? Really?
They had somebody set and burn out the tires. They dug a hole that deep in new blacktop.
Do you know which vehicle or do you know?
You just catch it in.
Take some detective work.
There's a lot of black marks around. Somebody got to be buying tires.
What about coating those posts with some dirty motor oil or axle grease or something?
That's environmental.
Stay on the post, right?
I don't know. It's just a matter of.
They did that up at
anybody
Cornell.
comes across, a pile of them or see some in the ditch, I appreciate a phone call or something. That's all.
I have a safety issue, if I can bring it up with the road. That's okay, buddy, here. Griffin Road had major flooding last year, and we have a strip going down in front of our driveway that's pretty deep, and between our driveways, if somebody drives 2 inches off the roadway, it's down into the creek. It's going to be washing that whole road out if it doesn't get fixed. I wanted to let you know about it, because we just discovered it the other day. We weeded
I
it.
actually seen that today.
It's
It was up there
bad.
today.
I had a bucket out there last year, so nobody would go in
Yeah.
that. It's really a safety hazard. People fly down that road.
Code officers report.
For the month of September, I issued 9 building permits. One was for one new home, which brings us to 42 permits for the year, including 5 new houses. There was 1 permit for solar installation, which brings that total up to 10 solar installations for the year. I issued 1 certificate of occupancy, did a total of 29 inspections and progress checks. I did 2 fire safety inspections for public assemblies, which about finishes those up. I've still got some multiple residences and stores to do to finish out the year. Then I also installed 2 of the green signs.
2 of the green signs.
Number signs for the houses.
Number signs, okay.
I had 2 requests for those, and got those up. Any questions?
Are those new houses?
Yes. Oh, the numbers? No.
No.
There were a couple of requests I've gotten over the last couple of months. Usually about 20 or 15 or 20 I put up.
Are we permitting under the new code from now on?
That
Okay. Okay.
So October 3rd.
Are they gonna give you trainings on it, or have you already done them?
I had the training for that in April. Some changes I'm familiar with some, and some I'll learn as I go with it.
Right, yeah.
Some changes to the energy code I see, which.
Yeah, energy code, I noticed that some changes. Yeah. Good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There's no supervisor's report this month. Wind Farm Advisory Committee.
Let's see, we've had one meeting, actually we had a meeting last night, the Wind Farm Advisory Committee. still working on recommendations for a updated wind law. We kind of go around in circles talking about the effects of sound, and we're not all in agreement on the effects of the sound and how that would affect the setbacks, or how that should affect the setbacks. We are planning to make recommendations to the town at the November meeting for changes to the wind law. That's it.
Thank you. Do you recall whether board members were given a hard copy of the recommendations?
I think they were, but they're also included in the public comments as well, for the draft supplemental EIS. But we have copies of them. I think they're on file at the town clerk's office.
Yes,
as well.
they are.
And they're on the website.
They're on the website.
Planning board, Dan?
We met last week, had no action items. One town resident talked to us, was Rob Desori, about his interest in the planning board vacancies. We told him to write a letter to the town supervisor to make the official. I don't know that we've set a date for applications yet. I think the town
No,
board
we
usually does that.
haven't set a date, but it needs to take effect January 1.
Right,
So it
so-
seems like by December 10. When is the meeting in December?
Well, could we set a date in November for applications, say by the 15th?
The 15th of November?
15th of November,
Well, it could be the 20th, and
or
then
the 20th, and then, so the
you'll
planning
see
board
it
could review it the week before
prior.
the town board meeting.
Okay, so I move that we accept letters of interest from residents in the town of Enfield to join the planning board. It's a 5 or 7 year?
It's 5 years now.
It's 5
Because of
years
a five-member
now.
board. We have
It's
one regular position open, and we have two
Two
alternates positions open, so.
I move that the town board entertain letters of interest from residents up until November 20th for the vacancy on the town board, starting January 1 for a 5-year term, and 2 alternate positions which are available. Is there a second?
Second.
We've got seconds. Any discussion?
Shall we vote on that in December's meeting? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, the planning board would receive the letters of interest, make a recommendation to the town board for action at the regular December meeting.
Right, in the meantime, we'll get copies of the applications on the town board too before the board meeting.
For the planning board. Yeah, they will come to the town board officially, they need to come to the town board. And
That sounds great.
I think Sue put something on the website already, but maybe we could put a special item on there to.
With a deadline.
Well, the deadline wouldn't have been on.
Right.
Needs to go on website. Okay, we need to, is there any more discussion on this motion? Call the vote.
Councilperson Bryant?
Aye.
Councilperson Carpenter? Councilperson Handstein?
Aye.
Councilperson Miles?
Aye.
Supervisor Ryder?
Aye. And the rest of your report, Dan?
It's, well, we haven't had any actions coming in. 2 of us attended a training session in Dryden last month, or was it earlier this month? I forgot now, the week before the planning board, the day before the planning board meeting, so it was actually this month. And one of the items on there which was interesting was, this was put on by the Department of State, and And one of the items was development of solar regulation, and there was a discussion about that. And the planning board will be making some recommendations. I think we'll be recommending that we modify our existing site plan review law to include solar projects.
But nothing about decommissioning, huh?
There will be decommissioning in there. We'll put something in there. about decommissioning,
Good,
don't worry.
good.
You know, I just don't see a need for a whole separate law when it could be incorporated into the site plan review law. That way it puts everything, if someone asks about what regulations we have, they can get it all in one shot. So that's our recommendation, it's up to the town board how you want to do it. It'll still require a local law to amend the local law anyway, so. But it just consolidates things in one place. It helps us to, a lot of the standards I think would carry across for other elements that we review.
We had a draft solar law that was floating around.
Yes, I got that. We started going over it in the planning board meeting.
I gave that to you.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna ask for the draft wind law, because I don't wanna deal with that. Let the board do that.
Okay.
The town board.
Nobody here from Recreation Partnership, nobody here from the Enfield Community Council. Someone is here from the Enfield Volunteer Fire Company.
Roger Lopez, Fire Chief, Enfield. For September, we had 31 calls total. We had three fires, 2 mutual aid in Mecklenburg for Bergman Farm last week. EMS calls, we had 19 EMS calls, 2 MVAs with injuries, had to use a helicopter. Service calls, we had 4. Hazmat, we had 1, where a furnace overheated and pumped fuel in the basement of this apartment house. Trainings this month we got is the 13th, we're going to do the RIP pack. It's a new piece of equipment we got. The firefighter gets caught in the basement, or caught in a fire. Our air bottle is a 60-minute bottle. We can pump air to them so we get them out. A whole bunch of pulleys and stuff like that. The 20th we got EMS training. The 27th we got fire training. And this month here, all our hydraulic rams and cutters and stuff could be serviced by our outside contractor.
Okay. Thank you. Facilities manager.
Nothing to report this month.
Tompkins County Council of Governments, I didn't attend the meeting. So we're on to old business, and the first 5 items are taken off the table, so we are down to building assessment on the highway garage.
Yeah, and I guess at some point we need to have a longer discussion on that. Right now, it looks like any real solution to the problem is going to be pretty expensive, and we'll need a budget, special budget item to do it, in the tens of thousands of dollars rather than thousands of dollars. Certainly, and I guess whether we want to bring that into the budget or not, to make a recommendation of what we should do, we really need to know to some degree what we're willing to spend on it, because if we can only spend this much, you would do this thing. If you could spend that much, you would maybe do an entirely different thing, or a very significantly different thing to it. So maybe a conversation, I don't know if we want to have that with the whole board tonight. I know there's lots going on, maybe not so much going on as there was before, but just thoughts about whether we want to do a cost-benefit analysis of the changes that we need to make, whether we, I guess I need to feel out whatever everybody else is thinking about what we want to do. I have a pretty good sense now of what would be the best way to proceed, but it's expensive. The best way is expensive.
How much is expensive?
$50,000 maybe, as much as possibly. It's getting up there. And some of it maybe could be done some this year and some the next year, and we could spread it out a little bit to some degree, but depends on which items we find most important to fix first. I mean, in the end, the cost-benefit analysis needs to include long-term energy costs as well, so that's something I haven't had time to do yet, but, if we can save, whatever, $1,000 a year, then that would factor in, obviously, and they might want to make us do the things that are going to be energy savings issues first, rather than later, and deal with some of the other issues. I don't know, what do you think?
Can you provide a list, or you can kind of prioritize what's on the list?
Would work, yeah. Yeah, I could do that. I probably wouldn't have to put money on it, list with dollar amounts next to them, right? So
Yeah.
you actually can think about dollar amounts in relation to it.
So you make it a list.
That's fine, yeah. I'll do that.
What about the safety?
In relation to electrical and wetness.
And fire.
And what?
And fire.
And fire as far as electrical and wetness, yeah, unfortunately, those issues can't really be resolved without doing some of the more significant, more expensive things that need to be done. I mean, the wall configuration itself is the issue in terms of moisture condensation. So until we change the wall configuration, it's really not going to solve that problem. It's not going to solve the condensation problem. So that's one of the bigger costs, and it's not fixable by itself that I know of. I can't think of a way to say, okay, we're just gonna make all these outlets in the whole building less moist unless we set up some kind of a dryer system where we're drying each individual opening into place. But basically, you have moisture coming from the outside or from the inside, depending on the circumstances and the weather, that's pushing through walls, and as it pushes through walls, it gets into everything that's in the walls, and the receptacles and the switches are a convenient place for it to gather because there's fuel boxes too. So that's what we need. I don't know a way to fix the moisture without actually fixing the walls. Somebody has an idea about that. Happy to listen to it.
Can't the area around the outlets be spray foam insulated to keep the cold air out?
There's a lot of outlets. A lot of them are on conduit that's surface mounted. Some of them are on conduit that's surface mounted. There's quite a bit of hardware and other things surface mounted onto the interior walls right now. So in order to remove the metal interior siding off them enough that you can get behind them to do it, you'd have to pull that off, or you could come from the outside and you can start pulling it off outside. But if you're going to pull it off outside, you're talking about taking big panels of metal off the outside, basically. If you're going to do that, you're going to spend a lot more money if you just take all those panels off, spray foam each one individual thing, and don't fix anything else, and then put the panels back on, because you still have an issue with all the other moisture coming in where it's just fiberglass insulation. It's just 5.5 inch fiberglass insulation. It doesn't really insulate well enough, especially with metal on the inside and the outside, and with the plastic. It just was not a very well built wall. It was a really poorly built wall, actually. So
And there's no vapor barrier.
there is kind of a vapor barrier on the inside, according to what Lavella said. That's kind of there and kind of not there. I mean, it's got lots of holes in it, and, particularly where all the outlets are. So obviously where the outlets are, you get more condensation through, and that's around the plugs and the switches. It's going to get more water condensation, basically. I'm happy to go into it. I'll get out the thing from Lavella and we'll talk about it and do that, but it's not simple. It's not simple.
One of my rental properties downtown has a furnace in the attic with vents in the ceiling. And I got a tenant said the vent was dripping. Just condensation was dripping out the vent. So I just went in the attic and put a bunch of blown-in insulation on that vent so it didn't get cold from the attic air. And as long as that metal didn't get cold, it stopped dripping. But
Yeah.
that's totally different situation.
Well, there's
but-
access is one issue, and multiple, how many there are is the other issue. There's lots and lots of openings, which is in places. So there's that issue, and then there's getting into the, we could certainly think about it if it seems to be an issue. I mean, I'm not seeing it as a real significant fire issue. It may be, I may be wrong about that.
The insurance company said it was a critical item.
Say that again?
The insurance company said it was a critical item.
Yeah, well, does that mean they're gonna cancel insurance or raise their premiums? I don't know.
That was on the inspection.
Well,
I'm
insurance.
supposed to write a letter at least 6 weeks ago on what we were going to do to address
Well,
the
we should.
bulleted item.
We should definitely do that, definitely, yeah. But that doesn't mean we have to fix it. It means you have to write the letters and tell them what we're gonna do. I think that's a great idea, and I think we should do that. I also know that insurance companies are very much insistent upon things that fixing things that are gonna cost them money. Sometimes they're really immediate issues, sometimes they're not so immediate issues. I understand the concern about it, and I understand that we should be concerned about it. I don't know that since it's been there for however many years now, 6 or so, that we should jump through hoops and spend lots of extra money, but if the board would like to do that, I'm happy to help figure it out and do it on my own dime and whatever. So, again, this is part of the conversation that needs to be thought about. I don't know that's a health issue so much. I don't think that we'll do it at the moment. But safety, yeah.
Water around the electrical.
Well, you could call it health, I'll call it safety, but the same,
Safety,
yeah,
yeah.
kind of thing.
Definitely a safety
There are, I mean, but if you want to talk about safety issues, let's start with number one priority, and let's go on down the line, and let's put that 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. I could go over there now, and I could walk around this building right here and list you at least a dozen.
We're going to stick to the highway building.
Well, I could probably walk around the highway building and name you a dozen safety issues. It's just a matter of where we want to prioritize. But he should be part of that process. He should be part of the prioritization process. I would think the fire department could also be part of that process. And if they come to us and say we have looked at studies and or somebody got shocked and whatever, then maybe it becomes immediate. You know, life has got lots of possibilities in it, and we need to deal with the ones that we decide to deal with the best we can.
So you'll bring a list, or get us a list
I will
prior to the
definitely
next
do a
meeting.
list. I definitely will help you with the response to the insurance people.
Oh, okay.
Definitely happy to talk to the fire department and Buddy about safety issues involved with it, and see if there's an issue with it.
You still think that fans wouldn't help
In the whole building?
to circulate the air?
Well, I didn't necessarily think that fans wouldn't help. I just was really
That's
hoping.
where this started, I asked to do that.
Right. I just was really hoping we could come up with a strategy that would be more holistic and inclusive and try and find a solution for the whole thing.
Well, when you do the solution, is that would that be something that would circulate the air, because that's dead air in there, and I haven't seen a building yet pretty much like that don't have fans in them to circulate the air. Even our old garage had fans.
Moisture in a building that just sits there and doesn't get taken out is a real issue. It's really important to deal with. And I'm not saying that the fan idea that you had is not necessarily a good idea. I'm just trying to act as a board member and say, what's the most bang for the buck that the town of Enfield can get from this?
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, and if it's becoming an issue that it's really significant, maybe we have to do some temporary fixes. You know, that may well be the case. I'm in whatever role I have here, I'm trying to say, okay, how can we do the best we can? But if you're getting to the point where you're saying this is a real issue, and I apologize for my timing on this. The fact is, I've had 8 jobs this summer I'm working on, and all my free time that goes to Enfield goes to this wind farm issue. I just haven't really kept up. I'm sorry that I haven't done.
This is an issue I've had with this since we got in.
You've been in it, right? You've been in that building all the time,
Something that I'm just pushing now.
and it's easy for everybody including myself, to forget that. It's not easy for you because you're sitting in it, and I appreciate that. And again, I'm sorry for not being more immediate. If it needs to be more immediate, let's try and do that. But I know when we get to the budget, the item of this meeting, it's gonna be coming from the other side. It's gonna say, okay, what are we gonna spend this on? And it's not, I mean, I'm doing facility management, but it's not my money, and I can't say to spend it without everybody else. So I guess today I'm saying, let's get up to speed, and I'll try and start right now to get up to speed. And if you feel something needs to be done before November, December, maybe even into spring, then maybe we need to think about it sooner, because there's no money budgeted for this right now, and unless we pull it from somewhere else, we'll have to say, okay, we're gonna spend it right now.
Are the circuits in this, at least on a safety circuit, so they would trip?
They're on breakers.
on breakers?
I doubt they're just, yeah, some of them may be, but.
Not all of them. Some outside.
Maybe that would be one solution, you know, I definitely can talk to electrician and say, is this gonna really make a difference? And it does make some difference. We could take all the circuits that are having problems and put GSCI on, go back and say, get that. It won't do much for the switches, but it's the start.
Doesn't fix the problem.
Well,
Some of the safety issues.
it is, but like I'm saying, if you feel like it's a real safety issue, then let's put a Band-Aid on it and keep it from bleeding. That's what I'm thinking. I will try and ask electricians that are good commercial guys about it. I haven't gotten any commercial guys in there to say, how much danger do you think this really is? And I'll ask them when I see them next week and see what they say.
So do all the board members have copies of the Lobella assessment?
For the town highway?
Yes.
I think we were given that a few months ago.
We were given it
Yeah.
quite a few months ago. There are some real issues in it though, so it's
Yeah.
not,
Have to get through that.
yeah, we can't, I don't feel like we can just act on it as it is. It doesn't necessarily tell us what to do, it tells you what the problems are more, but some of the recommendations I don't think are good choices for us.
However, I do believe that it is a basis that I want to make sure all board members have in their possession and encourage them to read it.
Great start.
So you think you have a copy?
I think I do.
I can pull one out if,
I do have it.
I'll pull it out. Well, here it is.
What's the date on it?
Oh, no, that's not the one. All right, wrong one. I'll keep looking.
Okay, and the road protection law, we still haven't formalized what we want this law to do. So Buddy, maybe you want to start off with what you want this law to do.
As I said before, I have to piggyback off the county law for industrial use on the road, to restrict getting permits to certain size projects. Last month, I thought Dan was gonna bring what we had started a couple years ago.
I didn't bring that to you.
Okay. Dan,
I'll email it to all the board members.
Dan has draft of law worked on 2 years ago. It was longer than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
like 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. Okay, so you'll email that to all.
I'll email it. I thought I had sent copies to you before, but
This one?
that probably is it.
But
When do you email, or,
like
what-
all of our other papers, it has no date on it, so there's
Well,
no way of knowing when it's.
could
from.
I have a visual look
Yeah.
at the front page? Oh, okay.
If you want to keep that, fine, and Dan will.
No, I got it.
Finish copies.
And I'll update the header and footer so it's.
Okay, great. Just put a date on it if you wouldn't
Yeah,
mind.
I
Okay,
usually-
thank you.
Okay, so we'll make sure that everyone has, oh, you're gonna update that?
I'll,
What'd you just say?
I'll review what I sent out and make sure it has a date on it.
Yeah.
What the draft was and so on.
Okay. Do board members have any notion of what they want the road protection law to do?
I wanted to make Dan and Buddy happy.
Okay.
Works for me.
Okay, we're into the 2017 budget. I sent this last Thursday, maybe.
Is this the same one that we got at our meeting?
I don't think so. Well, no, I know it isn't because I figured out how to do the formula for the tax rate. And I did not have the tax rate on the one that I distributed at the 20th.
So, are there other significant differences or not?
Significant difference.
Other than the tax rate figuring out thing?
I don't think there's significant differences in the
Well, can I mention that what the public and I have is the one preliminary one presented at the last meeting that's,
Well, unfortunately.
The preliminary.
The one that we,
it's dated 9/27/16.
but the one from the last meeting is dated 9/27. The one I just got today is dated 9/27.
Oh, I don't
So
know. Oh,
is there a
oh,
difference
no,
between?
no.
So how
I
do we
just
know
put
what-
it, I just put it there for you. I made an extra
Oh,
copy in
okay.
case you didn't bring it with
So
you.
the one that Ann's talking about, we don't have a copy of?
Right.
Okay, good.
The public and, yeah.
Well, this one has a tax rate on it.
I think for last year, not this year, though.
Oh,
This
not for
year's.
2017, that's right, never mind.
So do you want to know the tax rate?
Is that the only difference, did you say, or, I don't remember what you said.
You want to know the tax rate?
Sure.
Be great that we could put it onto this one, yeah.
So are you at the top of the, oh, you're at the very bottom. So we're gonna start at the bottom. That's the fire protection district.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So we're all at the bottom. Last year's was $1.740900, right?
Mhm.
This year's is $1.77, 1254, out to 5 decimal places. And then up under the town budget is $7.
What page is this, Ann?
Well, I believe it's page 6.
Okay.
Still the back page, just above the other tax rate, right?
Yes, it's the next blank up. Last year,
Okay, I got
it
you.
was 0.193140. This year, this ideation is $7.19, 5935 out to 5 places.
So slightly higher this year.
Slightly.
Fraction of a penny.
It would be within the mandated 0.6%.
You mean it would bring the total budget within that?
The total budget is within that
There's like a
margin.
0.06%.
That's the tax cap that's been set on us by the state.
But you're saying that when you calculate out the total to be raised in taxes and the total value of property, and you multiply it by the tax rate from this year and last year, your total amount that you are going to be going up in taxes to people is less than 0.06%.
But it is not. It does not come within what the public that has spoken here at this meeting would like.
Right.
Not just today, but in.
Are we going to go over the budget today?
We have time to go over the budget, yes.
I have a question for Buddy, or maybe Dan knows. What is a centerline mile, and how many of those does the town of Enfield have?
The center line mile would be along the center line, so as opposed to a lane mile would be twice the
Oh,
center
okay.
line miles.
Gotcha. So basically,
So
it's
if we,
road
and I
mile.
don't have.
I think Buddy knows that.
44 point,
Yeah, it's 40, it's somewhere around 40 miles, over 40 miles
of the left.
44?
of town road.
It's on, if you have last month's, it's on the CHIPS thing.
But he didn't leave, he was asked by the fire guy to come out and talk to him.
Ah.
He'll be back.
So if any of you have the CHIPS agreement in your piles of paper, on that CHIPS agreement, it states the number of center line miles in the town.
I think it's important to note as context of this that even though the tax rate went up significantly for the 2016 budget, the mistake looks like it was made in the 2015 budget.
Well, certainly, that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Certainly, that was a mistake.
And there were, from what I see of it, there were two key events on this. One, the highway bottom line went up significantly
Yes.
during 2015. And at the same time, there was a miscalculation in the total to be raised in taxes by about $148,000. So while, and those two kind of canceled each other out, so people probably didn't notice that mistake. So the bottom line, so the town.
You're talking about 15?
2015, yeah. So the two almost cancel each other out, not exactly, but the highway department went up significantly in 2015 from the 2014 number.
But it significantly went up much more in 16.
Well, not from the 2015. From the 2014, it was $720,000, and then 2015 it was $953,000. That's $200,000 plus change from 2014 to 2015. However, when calculating the tax rate, there was a mistake in the line, so you can see this in the last page in the 2015 column, the 193,802 was off by $148,000.
Say that again?
On the last page, page 6, at the top in the 2015 column, it's the second column over, there's a number that's $193,802, and that was a miscalculation. It should be $148,000 higher in that line item.
That was where the mistake was.
I think that's where the mistake
That's where
was.
the mistake was.
Where was the mistake made? I see the 193 is the lowest of those years,
If
but
you look at the top, you see the 605,
Mhm.
530, subtract the 113, 728, and then
Mm.
subtract the 150.
Okay.
It doesn't equal 193.
Gotcha.
It should be $148,000 higher. And that's
Yeah.
where the key mistake
Yeah.
was in that.
Do not depend on formulas.
Well, actually, it probably wasn't a formula. If there was a formula.
Yeah, there was a formula. Yeah. I've been over the formulas with two different people this year.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, 2015 is where the town budget went up significantly because of the highway bottom line going up 200,000 plus. But it wasn't noticed because of that mistake in the amount to be raised. That's what I discerned from the numbers.
$2015 to the $200,000 when we bought the new loader.
And that probably accounts for the majority of that. So the question is, from 2015 to 2016, should that have gone back down again?
It went down 50,000 like this year.
But it went up to $230,000 in the 2015.
Right, that was
And
the
it
loader and
didn't-
the new pickup.
And it didn't go down that much in the 2016 budget.
Right.
Buddy, maybe you can help me understand something. I'm a little bit confused about the highway budget. It did go up over 200,000 from 2014 to 2015. I don't know why, but my question is, I was on the Office of the State Comptroller website, and they listed the cost per mile for like 6 or 8 towns in New York, Dryden, some other ones. And it varied between about 6,000 per mile and I think up to 10,000 per mile for centerline mile of road. And we apparently have about 44,000. The average was 8,000 per mile, and if you multiply 8,000 times 44 miles, you get $352,000. But our highway budget is 970,000. So I'm not sure what I'm missing, because that works out to 22,000 per mile, which is like 3 times the average of these other New York towns. So maybe I must be missing something, but I don't. If you have any idea what that might be.
One thing, we have 88.45 miles.
Oh, I was just told 44.
That's what it said. Center line.
That's one lane.
Well, this
One
is.
lane.
Well, so centerline miles would be 22,000 then, or would be 8,000. I mean 44 miles.
44 miles is the center line.
Yeah, so that's what they had on the comptroller's website, the cost per centerline mile. And the average was 8,000 per centerline mile. And if you multiply 8,000 per mile times our 44,000 or 44 miles, you get $352,000.
That's for materials, not cost of doing business.
Maybe that's it. I'll check the site again, but.
Which at right now, we're at 158,000 for materials.
So I'm gonna check that again, but it looked like that was just the highway budget. average was 8,000 per center line mile, but maybe I didn't read it right. I was kind of rushed
One of our
through it.
local roads got that, formula two out, 8 to 10,000.
I'll check it
and on new
again.
roads and stuff.
8 to 10,000 total or materials?
Average on a mile,
Total highway budget or just materials?
just materials. That's my understanding.
I have to
What
check it
it
again.
costs to take care of that new mile.
Do you know why it went up over 200,000 from 2014 to 2015? Or?
Yeah, I just explained that.
He asked for it.
We put money in the equipment fund for a new loader and a new pickup. We were only putting in, I think,
It was 30,000 in 2014.
30,000.
In
And
2014.
we went from 15,000 to 30,000, and then we went to 200,000 for 15.
So if that extra 200,000 was for special equipment, why didn't it go back down again the next year when you didn't?
It went down 50,000 this year.
It was 150 in 2016 and 2017 tentative.
Because this year we bought 2 rollers and the upkeep of the loader because we're on the lease rollover program.
Well, it went up 230,000 from 2014 to 2015, and you say that was for some new equipment you needed, right?
Right.
So then, the next year, it seems like it should have gone back down to where it was if you did, unless you needed that new equipment again in
We
2016.
added also 100,000 to that to buy that used truck last year. That wasn't budgeted, that came out of savings. So that made the equipment fund go up. even more.
Still 230,000 more than 2014.
Right.
And this year's is even higher yet.
If you look at the line right above that, Henry,
This year isn't.
you're on line,
Appropriations.
yeah, your total appropriations and all the uses on page 5. The line right above that shows that in 2014, the equipment reserve was $30,000. In 2015, the equipment reserve was $200,000. That's 170 up. And then in 2015, the equipment reserve was $150,000. So it kept most of that increase. The equipment reserve kept most of that increase from 2014 to 2015. It didn't keep all of it, but it kept most of it. And then this year's budget is keeping it again, basically. So
Well, it's lowered.
it's lowered.
It's keeping 50,000 instead of 150.
Yours says 150?
This has 150 for 2017.
I lowered it to 100.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
mine doesn't have anything on 2017.
What equipment are you planning on purchasing?
Yours
next
doesn't
year?
have 2017?
This next year?
Huh.
It doesn't have anything under fund balance for 2017.
No, that's correct.
Sounds like nothing.
That's correct.
Well, $100,000 can.
What do you even buy for $100,000? We're not buying cars here.
Yeah.
I proved that. I got you I gave you the equipment stuff. I gave you the approximate cost of it,
Does
everything, and
This says it goes into an equipment reserve. Is there any money left in the reserve? Or-
Well,
or
I
how
want
does
to
that-
point out that none of this money has ever been locked in a reserve. It's always been spent during the year,
Okay.
or at least the last 2 years.
So when we come to a point where we need to buy a new truck, we basically have to account for that each budget season rather than having a reserve to pull that from and keeping a reserve
Right.
in place.
Right.
Which means that the budgets can fluctuate pretty wildly.
Well, that is supposed to be one of the things that you avoid.
do we have a new budget since you changed that to 100,000 now, or what? Because it
Well,
was
yes, I
150
guess.
on the other one.
Yeah,
The one,
but that's the tax rate based on.
It isn't been
that.
put out yet.
It's
And
totally
hasn't,
in flux.
But that's employee benefit.
But if you, the 150 in the reserve will make your tax rate
And that's all
higher.
highway department.
Yeah.
This one is here. Yeah, this DA is
Could
highlighted.
we go back to the beginning and start there?
Change
Is
this
that gonna
to
work?
100,
We have time for that?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not under the highway department.
I gave everybody a 2% raise.
Is that mandatory?
No,
Can I
absolutely
not
not.
take it? Is that okay? Can I not take it?
You mean an individual employee can refuse it?
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
An individual employee can refuse it.
Well, if it's not too tedious for you to do that, I would actually like to keep mine, just in the interest of thinking about fairness for everybody else, I'd like to keep mine.
You don't want the board to get a 2%
No,
increase?
the board's fine, I just don't want me to get it, is all.
You can take mine out too if you want.
I just don't want me to get it raised.
I won't be here, so I won't speak for that person.
Well, I know Beth, she won't want it
I'd
either.
say-
I won't, because I fought for you guys not to get it.
I'd say take it off too, but I'm making a decision for the next person.
That'll be about $140.
It's the principle of the thing.
I know, I know.
The insurance is pretty much on the mark.
What line is that?
1910.
Ooh, where are we? Oh, you lost me. Can we go through page by page, just that's the format?
You don't want to skip.
Well, yeah, it'd be great to, for me, because that's the way I.
We're
look
here
at
all
it.
night.
Well, we can do it pretty quickly, I think. I mean, there's some issues we need to talk about. So the justice is up 1,100. That's mainly from the court clerk, right?
2% for.
Okay, so that's.
7.5% court clerk insurance.
Thank you. Thank you. The court clerk is 7.5%, not 2.
Why was that?
There was an adjustment made last year. And this is the final budget that was passed, but a budget amendment was done in February or March.
What'd you
So-
say about the justice? 11, what?
No,
Well,
clerk.
line 2, under justices, the second item
Oh,
is
town
justice.
clerk.
Court clerk.
Yeah, court clerk, yeah. And the court clerk went up basically $700-800 or
Yeah.
so, something like that, which is, and I'm not gonna argue about that. I think whatever you wanna give people is, or whatever you think is fair, I think is fair, that's fine.
Well, it's a 2% increase from the adjustment that was made by the board early in
I
2016.
got it, that makes sense, yeah. I think that's fine, yeah. Supervisor, I don't have any problem with. Bookkeeper, I don't have any problem with. We did, we did get an ask or a request from the town clerk for an increase. And basically it was based on what she thought was similar pay to other people in the same position. Did you get to look into that and see if that makes sense?
I've said, I gave everybody a 2% increase. I gave everybody a 2% increase.
Right, well,
No, I did not look into it.
okay. I remember the letter, but I don't remember clearly enough to say something about it, other than the fact that I think the point was that maybe the position itself should be more highly paid in relation to other people in the same position in the county, that was all. Am I right in thinking that that was the case?
That's
Yeah.
a good portion of it, yes.
Yeah, so I just wondered if we wanted to talk about that or not.
I'd be okay with more of an increase than $250 or whatever that works out to.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Not even that.
It's a little more than 250.
230.
Yeah, it's almost 300. I just seems like
Yeah.
it, to me, I just would want to know what seems fair in relation to everybody else, and what everybody else gets paid, so, but but maybe it's not
So-
chemical, I don't know.
Your feeling is that we should treat each separately and not,
My feeling is that I have an understanding that people in similar jobs should get paid similar wages, assuming all other factors are equal. So if you're doing a job in this area of the country and the world that has a certain pay scale, and you're doing it very similar to another person, you have the same amount of time you spent, the same amount of education or skills that you have to have, then you should be getting paid somewhere close to similar, whether it's male, female, black, white, green, whatever, you know. We shouldn't be discriminating on those bases, but we also should be proactive in terms of making sure that the people that we are paying are consistent. I mean, one of Buddy's requests was that his salary be in keeping with other people in his position in the county as well. And I think that's a valid thing to ask for. But it requires doing some research and saying, well, what are people getting paid and what's a fair amount?
but the bottom line is then you're gonna go over your tax.
Well, the bottom line would be that that item would be higher than last year, but it wouldn't necessarily mean that we went over in the total, because we might have to find some ways to bring things down in some other areas. I mean, that is the only way I could think about it, so.
Well, then, start thinking that way.
Well, that's what I've been sitting here doing with this paper here. And so it just, maybe I can talk to Alice a little bit, and maybe she's got some research already that we can talk about and I could bring up at the next meeting about it.
Well, you can have her request, but did you give it to all board members?
I think.
I emailed
yeah,
it to
yeah,
everyone.
I think we got
So,
it.
well, you
Another
can.
question, does the new overtime rules affect what, you know, what
The only
bottom
place
line is?
overtime is in the highway, I don't know. Do you know?
Because the new overtime rules that kick in December 1, I'm not sure whether that affects the town or not.
Oh, you mean for the
Or there's a federal overtime
law?
rules.
I don't know if that does either, you know,
Yeah,
for elected officials and stuff.
yeah, I don't know. But
Well,
that could
we're,
affect,
elected officials are on salary.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody on salary starting first of the year, that's what he's talking about, is gonna get paid overtime.
On salary?
yes,
Oh, about
so
this-
so
below a
basically
certain amount.
there's an
I
exemption.
think it's 40,000.
Yeah, the current one's like 20-something thousand, they're increasing it
it's
to like
It's
47,000.
the new Obama regulations.
Yeah.
So if you have a salary of 40,000 or more,
Basically, it changes the exempt,
Might even
so
be 50, because I think my son's covered by it.
it's, I think that the new number is about 47,000,
Yeah,
or
it's
somewhere,
close to
somewhere in
50
that neighborhood.
now.
Where the previous, level of exemption was like 20,
really
it
bad.
really looks like 20,
They
it hasn't been changed
haven't
in a
done a
while.
cost of living adjustment in
No.
years, and they bumped it. when-
so if you are in a salaried position
Yes,
of $47,000, starting December 1st, if you work overtime,
what will happen is that if you were in a salary position under that amount,
under that
Under that
amount.
amount, say like 35,000. You were considered exempt, and overtime rules didn't apply.
Considered hourly.
Didn't apply.
But now that level is increased to 47,000. I think is the number, 47,000 something $100. But basically.
So if you're under that,
then the employer is obligated to pay overtime.
then the employer is obligated to pay overtime.
Yes.
If they're over $47,000,
Their salary.
Then you're considered salary exempt from the
you're
overtime rules.
exempt.
Yes,
Under, you're not exempt.
correct. So the bar has changed, almost doubled, I think.
I don't know if it applies to municipal governments.
That's the question, I don't know. And there may be other loopholes in terms of employer size as well.
They may very well be for
Yeah,
employers.
yeah, so that's something to consider. Especially since we don't know what kind of winter it's going to be.
Not my area of expertise.
So I guess we'll have to determine whether those rules actually apply to us in this case.
Yeah.
Based on number of employees.
I don't know I don't know the details. I don't
Yeah,
know
we
whether
didn't.
there's like a certain employer size that you have to meet, or whether municipal government is.
I
somehow
will
loophole.
email the Association of Towns. To see whether that applies to this municipality. Hadn't heard that one.
Yep. That'd be a good question for the group,
For the group?
for the town.
Oh, seems like.
Because other towns might be
Seems like.
having to consider the same thing.
So Mike's going to research whether we should treat each employee separately in their salary wishes.
Do we proceed?
Mm-hmm.
So, under tax collector and town clerk total, we have a total under that item, and for this year, the total says $23,701.08. I think that's wrong.
Right. That, it's corrected. Yeah, the tax
25,000.
collector wasn't included.
Gotcha, okay, great.
So the formula was wrong. I've corrected that formula.
Thank you. Then, attorney contractual. How do we find out what the actual costs are? I mean, obviously that number has stayed the same for 4 years. Are we actually spending 10,000? Are we spending more? How do we know? where we're
You
actually
look
at?
at the end of the year. Report.
Like the as-built kind
And
of,
December 31st of 15, we spent $9,594.
can I get a copy of that?
You have a copy. You get it every month.
And it's the total only by month though? Or is it?
No,
is it-
well, the end of the year is expended into,
I gotcha.
I don't know the
Yeah.
term,
No,
but.
I gotcha. Can I get a copy of the past 3 years' totals?
Yes.
Is that possible to do?
You mean the year-end expenditures?
The year-end expenditures for 14 and 15 anyways. So we could use it to compare against there. You won't have a year-end for 16 yet, right?
I don't know how.
Right.
If I can get a suggestion on how.
I'll work on it.
You
Okay.
can get the 3 quarters, the end of September, that's online, so you could, add another
And that's
quarter
in-
to it. and-
That's in the round cube for the whatever, the blue.
Well, and you
The blue thing,
You got it last month.
blue
It's all
mail,
on the website.
Yep,
the website.
it's,
yeah.
and it's on the website also, so, yeah.
Okay, so then just getting 14 and 15 would be great. How would I get 14 and 15 totals?
I'm not sure if they're on the
I
website, but
think they're all,
They are?
they're on the website, yeah.
I just gotta
I'd
know
have
where
to
to find
look.
them is all.
Yeah, or, I think we could probably scan them and send them to you.
It would be great if we,
If you all want a copy of those.
I've got them.
and
I save them every month.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be great in future years if we could have like this tentative budget and have the columns next to it, what was actually spent.
That
Yeah,
would be
sorry
very
that
helpful.
I'm not keeping up to speed on that, but no, I'll try
Because
to.
this only shows the budget, not the actual expenditures.
Right, yeah.
Right, right.
So, records management is pretty good. Buildings were up about $1,000. That's not bad, seemingly. We did some extra work this year. It's in personnel services, but
Is that custodian?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
printing and mailing were up a little bit this year.
Well, that's because of actuals.
Right.
I
But then-
believe there are more residences in town that get the newsletter, and those costs that we share have increased.
Right.
So this number here, you have $3,000?
Right.
reflects the actual
Right.
from a combination of the end of 15 plus the actual so far this year.
Right. And that's what you're budgeting for next year,
That's why I put 3,000 in.
for budget for next year, because it's gonna be higher, yeah. Then we go to special items insurance, obviously is up, property,
Yes.
auto.
Yes.
So then we come up with a number of about $4,500 higher for that section of the budget that we've
Mhm.
increased. So if we wanna get that one down, we'll have to look and see how to do that one. But actually, that's not even correct, because it's $4,500 higher without the extra, from the town clerk tax collector total, which was an extra $2,000 almost. So it's actually $6,500 higher.
Well, how are you gonna get insurance down?
I don't think we can get insurance down. But I guess my thought is that we should just keep everything down that we can possibly keep down. Just not only to make a statement from last year, but to say that it's important just to do is all.
Why did you say that 44.8 wasn't accurate, Mike? I didn't quite get
Because
that.
the total under the section that says that includes the tax collector and the town clerk, that total of 23,701 is not correct. The total for that particular area should be 25,537, because it didn't originally include the tax collector cost. And if you include the tax collector cost in it, it's about almost $2,000 higher. So that 4,500, that 4,400 up would have to have almost $2,000 additional. Or it'd be more like 6,300 higher at that point, the budget was.
For the insurance liability, is that based on a quote we've gotten from our insurance provider?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Is that?
Well, that includes new vehicles.
I was gonna ask.
Two new
Has it
vehicles
got a
right
new-
off the top.
It's got a new code enforcement.
And,
vehicle.
yeah. And also because our property insurance is replacement. You know, the cost of replacement of one of our buildings increases most years. And this also includes all the highway property on wheels, on rubber wheels, on tracks. And not only did we get 2 new vehicles, we got 2 new or 3 new equipment things. So this plays into how the insurance is,
So it's still.
premium is figured.
Considering the new equipment, so it's still a fairly reasonable number. Sounds like.
You mean the increase here seems reasonable?
This number
Given the new equipment.
should be
that
higher.
Yeah.
we cover.
Yeah.
Because that's not in it.
Yeah.
But
Are we ready to go to public safety? The first one, administration is down, about 21,000, helped out by the not having to purchase a $23,000 vehicle for the code enforcement.
That'd be correct.
So that's a plus. Traffic control is about the same, dogs are about the same, emergency house number is about the same. However, the total at the bottom of public safety says 38,963, which is wrong.
Right.
Should be
Correct.
55,713,
763.
753, thank you. But that still leaves that item, that particular item down 21,000. So if we're keeping a running total, we're down about 15,000 at that point in the budget from last year, which is good.
Also, you have a $2,200 equipment reserve for something.
Yeah.
We saving for the next new one?
Yes.
Where's that item? Where's the line?
That's in the first.
In public
code.
safety.
Public safety.
That's the prudent thing to do.
Yeah, that was the offset with the vehicle. The vehicle was 23,000, and that was a 2,000 up, so I figured the difference was about 21,000 up, down, basically, total. With the plus 23 and the minus, or the minus 23 and the plus 2 comes to minus 21. Then we go to transportation. Personnel services is up 1,000. The garage is pretty much the same. Street lighting is about the same. Cultural recreation is up about 1,000. Youth program, not a huge amount. And then we go to historian, beautification, adult recreation. They're close to being the same. They're a little bit higher. They're not a lot, but.
Actually, they look exactly the same on here.
Well, it's 55,996 from last year, and
Oh,
this year is
yeah.
57,148.
Oh, yeah, the bottom line, yes.
It's up about 1,000, yeah. So if you were to subtract those last up thousands, you'd be down to about $12,000 down at this point, which is still good. Planning, we're about the same. Refuse and garbage were about the same. Cemeteries were about the same. Home and community services were up about $2,500. That's mostly in the state retirement. I assume that's a mandated.
Oh, you've skipped down.
I'm down at total home and community services employee benefits. And under that, the first item is state retirement.
Yes.
So that's up a little bit and probably mandated, so there's not much
Right.
we can do there. And then the total employee benefits is also up a couple thousand, basically. That takes us down to about $7,500 to the good still that we are. So total appropriations and other uses, that $602,000 number is actually not.
625,271.
Yeah.
91.
Because of the differences in the other ones that were incorrect, so.
Right.
So it's very close. It's actually down a little bit, right?
Dollar-wise, it's down.
Right. So we did manage to keep that part of the general fund expenses.
Yes.
So far down,
Yes.
which is great. Then you have revenue numbers, which are not ones that we can really do much about in our budget, right? And
Well,
then-
it's based on actuals from the end of last year.
Right, so we can't change them.
I think you'd be on dangerous territory.
Yeah, makes sense. Can't just tell them we want more money from the taxes.
Well, you know, the mortgage tax, you can hope all you want, but we had our big spike with our big real property sell back in 14. And it's not likely you're gonna have such a huge property sell in the town of Enfield, again.
Right.
I think cemetery plot sales, we usually sell several cemetery plots a year at $300 each, and it's
Well,
zero.
it doesn't show in the end of the year income.
Do we have time to go on to the highway?
Let's see. Yeah.
So personnel services is up about 3,000, basically. I assume that's probably mandated.
Well, again, I gave people 2% increase. We can give them a 0 increase or a 1% increase. That's,
And contractual, what does contractual mean in that word?
That's materials.
yeah,
Road materials.
it's gravel.
Okay, good. Does that reflect an increase in gravel prices? Or just maybe use more gravel this year? Or you plan to use more gravel this year?
She gave me an increase on it.
So it was just automatic?
She went 2% in. I asked for more. Always ask for more.
Right. So we're up about $6,000 there, basically, in that part of the budget. Chips is about the same, or is exactly the same. Bridge repair is up $5,500 in the estimate of what we're gonna have to spend on it. So that's up somewhere around 11.5 at this point in the highway budget. Machinery,
Is that the Bothersmith culvert? That, when you say bridge repairs, that's going
Bridge repair, no, that's for the bridges or that Rocketman's culvert. That would be included.
Okay.
but you
Because
can't
it's so
fix it.
big.
You can't fix it for that.
No.
Oh, no, that's just gonna go
You
in
put
the
in a
sand.
grant. Did you not?
I'm not counting on the grant. I told you that when I mentioned that I put in.
I didn't ask whether you were counting on it. I asked you if you put in for a grant.
Yes, I did, and I also put in for $300,000 for the budget.
Yes, I know.
All right.
So if we go to the machinery section, that's the same this year as it was last year. It is significantly higher than 2015 by almost $40,000, and in 2014 by close to $60,000. So
Well,
that's gone up.
Well, diesel and
Which
fuel
line?
was just broken
Top
out.
of 5, top of page 5.
Page 5.
Diesel and gas fuel were just broken out in 15.
Okay.
They were someplace else in the budget in 14.
2014, the fuel and gas was taken out of material.
Okay.
Decided we'd like to split that up because when you're looking at the material money, you're thinking $198,000 going into the roads, where 40,000 of that wasn't, it was fuel.
Right, right.
So actually that $9,000 for that year actually turned into $54,000.
Actual.
That's what we actually end up spending for that year in fuel. And that's how we came about of a budgeting 40,000 a year.
Well, and gas has gone down too.
So you're saying it came from some other place in
Yes, I
2016?
took that much more
Yes.
out of materials that year.
In 2016,
But that was the
No.
first year, no, in 2015.
2015, okay.
But that was the first year we separated it.
Right. So what
That's
happened,
why-
what happened between 2015 and 2016 then? In terms of diesel and gas fuel, why did it go up $30,000 there?
I don't know. It shouldn't, I don't know where that 95.5 is. We
Well, the
haven't gone
95.5
over-
comes from the line right above it, mostly the diesel and gas fuel.
Oh, that would, but wouldn't that fall under the other two items, machinery? Yeah, that falls underneath on the next page, on the page before that.
Okay.
That's total, right?
It's under machinery, yes, definitely. Yeah.
So that's total.
But the total amount is the 95. So between 2015 and this year, the diesel and gas fuel was up 31,000. which helped to raise the total for that category up to 95,000. There was also increase in
Because this
contractual.
doesn't show the amendments. The
Right, that's-
9,000 doesn't show what we amended that to, which was close to $50,000.
Because
for that
of,
year.
there was a bad winter that year.
Well, that and fuel went up.
Yeah. Well,
in
fuel's
2
down
years.
now, though.
Well, yeah, it is down.
Okay.
This year, we're averaging around 4,000 a month.
So how can you pay for your fuel if you're paying 4,000 a month? Because you're way over your budget then.
How am I way over my budget?
If you're spending 4,000 a month, 4,000 times 12 is 48,000.
I'm not done with the year yet.
But the budgeted amount for last year was 40,000, and the budgeted amount for next year is 40,000. What you're telling me is that that won't even cover your fuel budget,
It might not. I might have to take money out of materials to cover it,
which is what line?
which is the
Contractual. D110.
general repairs contractional, 5110.4.
So how can you take money out of that? I would much prefer to see the money go into the fuel if it needs to be in fuel, and take money out of these materials. If you have extra money in those materials that you could take out of there to pay for fuel, I just wouldn't take it out right now, get whatever we need into the diesel gas, and keep the rest of it not spent. That make sense?
No.
Well, let me go back again then.
I will tell you how much was actually expended.
I think we got things crossed up.
I may very well have, I just am
I
trying to
said we.
understand. Yeah. I just would really like to understand is all.
The contractual, the DA 51110.4 went down from 2014 to 2015 and then to 2016, while the diesel and gas fuel went up. So that's what you're talking about, where one line item went down, which is that contractual amount. And you added the new category of the DA 5130, which went up
But
about the same amount.
yeah, but that only went down $3,000 from 15 to now, right?
2014 and 2015.
It went down 30,000 from there, yes,
Yeah.
that's true, yeah.
It went down quite a bit.
Yeah. So what we're saying is that $30,000 got reallocated to a different place during 2015.
It went down one line item, but it increased another
Took
line
it
item.
out of the material, the contractional, and put it into fuel and gas.
So that line item didn't exist before that point.
Right.
So we created
That was
line
the
item.
first year it was broken out.
So you created that line item in 2015.
Because I felt that fuel and gas shouldn't be showing that we're putting that kind of money in materials in the road when we're not, as gas and fuel.
So it breaks it out even further.
Right.
So you can get more
We
accurate.
didn't add
number.
money, it was taken out of the material money into a new line.
Right.
That certainly
So-
makes sense to do
We
that.
did not increase that line.
So the question we have to be concerned
Actually,
about
if you
is.
remember, Mike, last year, I cut my own throat by complaining about the contractional amount when it was higher than what it should have been. And,
I'm remembering now.
Kind of walking back.
Yeah, I think I got it. I think I
The
did.
actual expenditure for diesel and gas at the end of last year was $37,000 and
That's very close.
80.
That's pretty
Really
close.
close, yeah. Good.
And you're running about 4,000 this year, or?
Well, I
Month?
figure average through the year so far is running around 35 to 4.
Okay. So we may be close.
It'll be all right.
Okay.
It sounds like it's pretty close, yeah. Yeah, okay.
When we go to the 1st of December or so,
And then the winter starts.
then you start the new year.
Brush and weed removal.
You
is-
start the new year December 1st?
Yeah, because we pay the bills January. December bills are paid in January.
That's an interesting thought. Well, it's an interesting way to look at things.
Well, that's the way we've been doing it for 7 years.
It's not the way I look at it, but it's okay.
So it's when you incur the expense, right, not necessarily when you actually use the materials or use the fuel.
So brush and weed removal is up a couple of dollars, $150.
Well, this is personnel services, so it's 2%.
Fine, sounds good. How about snow removal, though? We seem to have contractual is staying the same pretty much. And overtime is pretty much staying the same as last year. But if you look at overtime in 2015, it's at 3,000. If you look at personnel services in 2015, it's at 29,000, basically, and it jumped $30,000 in 2016, and then we're budgeting for the same jump with a little bit more even for 2017. Why is that the case?
Because that's the same thing as what we did with fuel. We started having wintertime overtime, so we took it out of the regular overtime, and we're trying to get it adjusted. We didn't used to have wintertime overtime.
Well, so that covers the overtime part, which is the $10,000, but what about the $30,000 extra in personnel services?
Where's personnel services?
Under snow removal on page 5?
30,000. Oh, from 28 to 57 and 58.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the same thing. We took it out of regular money into winter.
Well, which money?
Back
Personnel services?
5110.
So personnel services went down,
Under 5110, they went down.
Correct.
5110.1.
We took it out of the regular pay into the winter pay.
Yep, I see it.
Trying to
Right.
get a look at what it costs for the winter and stuff.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. And employee benefits bumped up from 15 to 16. I'm assuming that's more mandated, or like state retirement is up almost 10, so that's part of it. That's mandated, right?
Yes, they give us an estimate. And they, oh, well, it's online.
Who gives you the estimate? The controller?
Can't remember which site. You said retirement. New York State Local and Retirement System. It's under the Comptroller's office. And then it's split between the highway fund and the general fund, depending on salary, amount of salary.
So we go to there, and then we have the interfund transfer money, which is equipment reserve.
It's budgeted for equipment.
It's budgeted for equipment reserve.
During the year.
Because we don't really have a fund built up to full fund.
We have a savings, yes. But this is the money that you give me to buy the equipment that, supposedly, the equipment that I have requested to buy for the year.
Is there a significant amount in the reserve that carries from year to year?
Yes.
You can-
There is,
Like, is there a balance?
Reserve or savings?
Well, in the reserve / savings, whatever we want to call
Last
it.
no, they're two different things.
Okay. Because this goes into a reserve.
No, it never has.
There's a line item for the reserve. but-
There's a line item, but it has never been locked in the reserve in the past 3 years. I mean, maybe before it was, but the last 3 years it has not been.
Trying to determine if we have any balance. That,
At the end of 15, in the equipment reserve was $32,561.
so a little bit of a carryover.
We have earn some interest on it this year. Maybe, yeah, $10.
$10.
In the savings account at the end of the year,
It's just, what's that savings account referred to? Is there some-
highway savings at the end of the year was $43,375.
That's not listed in the budget anywhere.
Not
that-
listed in the budget.
and
That's,
that's-
you don't list it in a budget.
And is that carried over to 2000?
That
16 next year.
remains a savings account. I haven't updated this. I'm, oh, I did update it.
So it could be used in cases of bad snow year?
Uh,
Just for equipment.
Oh. Equipment reserve can only be used for equipment. Savings account can be dipped into for salary, for whatever,
So it's a highway savings.
highway savings.
Okay. That's what you could pull to if you have like a bad winter.
Well, that'd be up to you guys.
Or we could,
But we also have
we could change
equipment
it.
savings account too.
Not that I know of.
You mentioned a 32,000 number and there was a savings number.
Equipment savings.
Yeah, we do. That's what we took the money out of to buy that used truck, and we got about 49,000.
How much does a new highway truck? go
Well, it's a secret account that I don't know about.
That's not a secret.
So if you had to buy a new highway truck, and how much does that usually go for?
Running 250 to 300,000 now.
You know, and that's something that we'd have to budget, whenever that happens, instead of actually having a reserve that you can balance that from, pull that from.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ideal.
That's the ideal, but we're not there right now.
Nowhere near it. We started 2 years ago by going with the loader and DA 231, equipment reserve, $52,209 in your balance sheet.
Equipment reserve in June was $44,551. But that's a reserve that can only be
Used for equipment.
used for equipment by budget board amendment.
Well, I got 52,000, I don't know how you got.
This is
44.
June 30.
Oh, this is September.
Well, we certainly
On your. on
got a
your-
lot of interest on that account.
What about the equipment that Buddy sold? Did that go back?
I haven't tracked down where that went. First of all, I don't have a mental remembrance of seeing the checks, and I need to make a note to find
like it
out
might be
where
kind of a
that
similar
went.
amount of money.
I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that these are the equipment can be fairly expensive, and we don't have anything in the reserve.
Correct.
And that could have a significant amount of effect on our taxes, which they have.
Right.
And so, ideally, you want to get to a point where you're actually having a consistent line item here for
Builds up.
and have enough that builds up that you can pull from.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Without having to
Right.
have wildly fluctuating taxes.
Right.
And
Right.
I thought we started doing that when we upped it to 200,000 to buy started buying equipment, and now we're seeing it going backwards. So,
That's right, we are.
however you wanna do it, I laid it all out on the table for you. I
So-
gave you my equipment, inventory, recommended equipment buy for a year, the cost of it. I even went an extra mile and showed you where we are with everything. So it's up to the board to handle it. more or less. And, you know, and I'm not trying to be smart or nothing. I'll do what I can with what you give me.
Yeah, there's not a lot
And
of,
that's, but you're talking equipment here, there's not much out there for equipment under $200,000 a piece.
there's not a lot of choices we have. It's either increased taxes, which hasn't been palatable.
You're behind, you're way
And we don't
behind.
we don't have any reserve to pull any of this stuff from. So it's either you lose money in that fund, or we increase taxes.
We're behind. That's all I can say.
It's not a good spot to be in as a town.
And can you give me the total under total appropriations and other uses on page 5? With the corrected numbers from page 1 and 2?
Total appropriations and other uses, $920,656.
920,000. Okay, so that's what changes that you made,
That's the difference of 50,000.
which we don't have, right?
Yes, going over it with two people and the formulas.
Okay, and that, the main drop in that probably is the bump that you took off of the equipment reserve? The
Well,
50,000?
the equipment reserve is 50,000.
You have it now at 50 rather than 100?
50,000 down from 16.
50,000 down.
To 100,000.
So
State
that was a-
retirement, no, that went up. Workers' comp went down a little bit, and medical insurance went down a little bit.
So basically what you have is a new tentative budget, right? Is that what we're
Yes.
thinking?
No,
Okay.
you can't
So-
go that way. I mean, you'll have to make the changes to a preliminary budget. That's what will go for the
Yes.
public hearing. So each
Yes.
change that's made from the original tentative, the preliminary needs to be listed.
But are we scheduled for a public hearing tonight?
We are scheduled to vote to hold a public hearing.
But we don't know what we're voting on yet, because you're the only one that has a copy of it, right?
You will get 5 different copies between now and when we vote on the budget.
It was at
I
last,
can churn out one a day.
yeah,
I got my formula.
yeah, it was at last November's regular meeting that we held a public meeting for the
That's
budget.
usually the procedure, and I feel that that's very streamlined. But you can have it on Monday night, Tuesday night, whenever.
So we have to call which budget? We have to call something the preliminary budget, then, right? Somebody has to-
At
somebody has
the
to make a
next
motion,
board
right?
meeting, I will present a preliminary budget.
But aren't we having a public hearing tonight?
No.
It's on our agenda.
I think that,
We're voting to make an appointment for a public hearing.
yeah.
Thank you, Beth. I got it.
Make the date. It was a little confusing.
Buddy, are you saying there's a problem with the equipment reserve fund? It's too small?
Not the reserve fund. You mean,
It's the equipment
The,
reserve.
the 2017 allocation for equipment reserve, I think he would like to have higher. I think we would all like it to be higher, actually. It's just a matter of whether we can afford to do that, is all. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I'm not sure why it would need to be higher. It was 150,000 last year,
And it's 100
and
this
it's
year.
100,000 this year. So, in 2 years, that's 250,000 and
did you see my equipment inventory?
Yeah, Buddy gave us this thing
Recommended buying what
last week.
equipment to get for next year. That come to $550,000.
Yeah.
One ain't, and that's an excavator, a 10-wheeler,
Here.
and a small dump truck.
You had mentioned going into a rental model. How feasible is that? How much extra would that cost us?
Town of Danby did it. Cost them $50,000 a year for 5 or 6 years for a truck, and something thousand up front for snowplow equipment
Per,
per truck.
There's another,
just for rental.
I think I have it at home.
So,
Either way, someone's
either way,
paying
you
for
gotta
it.
cough up the money first.
What I think we really need to do is make a plan. I mean, we've been talking about this for years, I've been talking about it for years, and I haven't done it, so, at some point, we need to make a plan.
well,
And make a budget into the future for equipment.
I finally, 3 budget schools, I finally figure out how you do, how you do the reserve. You take all the equipment and the value, and the replacement value, and you divide by the number of years it's gonna last, and then you add them all up, and that's how much you should put in the highway reserve. I mean, I know how to do it, but, you know, it's gonna inflate that
It'll be more than
tax
we're
rate.
doing.
It'll be a lot more than we're doing, not to mention that we've never done it in the past. And that tax rate will come out significantly higher.
And that's what I mean about being behind, because it hasn't been done in the past. You
That's
gotta
right,
catch
it
up.
has not been done in the past.
Since Ann, the last 2 years, 3 years, is any decent money we've had to buy any equipment. Other than that, 15,000 a year. You couldn't even buy a pickup for that.
So we weren't allocating enough money in previous years, and now it's time to pay
And
the
now
number.
stuff is dying and you have
Now
no
we're-
money to buy it.
And now we're paying the cost for that, short-sightedness.
Well, I don't know that I'd call it short-sightedness, because we were looking, we just
Yeah.
didn't really want to.
Well, that's not something I think you fix in a couple of years.
No,
You're
it
behind.
is not.
And so what we're seeing is the true cost of working town, which is, you can either increase taxes or we don't get the equipment that we need.
Or we could decide to do less.
Right.
We could decide that we're not gonna plow at certain times, or we're not gonna fix certain roads, or we're not gonna do this, we're not gonna, I mean, that's a choice that we could make. I mean, Buddy would have to make the choice.
Like I had
But
2 repairs this year, 1 truck, the newest truck, $10,000 engine repair, 1 repair. I mean, that just killed the repairs. And then we had another one, the same thing, the older truck, the 99, for $8,000 engine repair.
Is there, you know, the roads that we have out here are a mix of town roads,
Right.
county roads, state roads. Is there any way to enter an agreement saying it's silly to see a plow go down a road and not plow it because it's not their road to plow? Is there any way that there can be an agreement with other
They tried that about
agencies to?
15 years ago, and the county took their roads back. Actually, the town was plowing county roads.
So you were plowing the county roads, and they probably
Some.
for that.
But it didn't work out
and
because
it'd have to be more than
we
plowing,
use
too.
sand and they use salt, and we have dirt roads and they're not set up for dirt roads, and
But I'm saying if we have the equipment and you're going down a road and you have to go down a state road or county road to get to a town road, then you're basically, you could have plowed that road in the process. And you
but that's
could-
more wear and tear on your equipment.
It is, but you're using the equipment more efficiently.
That could be
perhaps.
argued point
Yeah.
there.
You're not gonna save a lot of money.
Maybe not, maybe not.
Not with that,
Maybe
not with
not,
that.
but.
Until you go to a county system,
Yeah.
this is gonna become more and more expensive, certainly for this town. And it serves 20% of the population. So when you're trying to be even and trying to think of everyone,
And also, in the last 5 years, we have gone from $30,000 in repairs up to about $60,000 a year.
My thought is, though, we had a fellow here, the first man that spoke tonight, and said, well, let's see those taxes go down, which I think is a great idea, as long as he understands that the trade-off means less will happen, and really the only, in my mind, it's not gonna be in your mind, but the only movable expenses are in the highway department, really. We're not really, I mean, that's
That's all you have.
Right, that's 60-70% of the budget, so.
More than
So
that,
the
isn't it?
question is, can we
Depends.
decide to do less? And then will we get the other half of the population, or a decent part of it, saying, you're not taking care of the roads well enough, and which one do we want to cater to?
Well, it's
to
not
do
just
what
what
we
the
need?
people are, it's the liability issues too, for the public themselves.
Yeah, I don't know that they could force us to raise the taxes and
No, I'm
say.
talking about services.
I don't know that they could force us to raise taxes to make the services, to keep the services at a level that they're deciding is the correct level, though. I mean, that's tough. I can't see who's gonna sue us, people that live here?
Well, it could be liability if you don't follow a road and.
School buses.
School buses, yeah, that's a good example. Or say there's an accident because we decided not to plow that road or plow it, but it's only like so many inches.
We can have so many inches and all that stuff. You can have most towns do that. Which is an inch or more snow.
But Governor Cuomo is out there saying, no extra money. You gotta
Do more
stop
with
spending
what,
money.
do more with less, and I tell you
Exactly.
what, your
Yeah.
town highway department's already doing that, and been
Yeah.
doing it for 7 years.
Right.
Because of the repairs that we can do in-house with the new shop, and my capabilities of it, and the guys that work for me.
Right. So
We save
maybe-
money every day. We don't have a cleaning service, we don't have anybody that takes care of our buildings, we do that ourselves. And we also do all our own repairs that we have the tools and the capability of doing. They get $80 to $100 an hour to work on a piece of equipment.
So if you're doing the best you can in that area, and Ann's doing the best you can in the other area, where do we go from here? Creative
Well,
thoughts, and how do we deal with it?
the statements need to be around, do you want to further reduce this tax rate, or is this a comfortable increase?
Well, you're talking about tax rates. The tax rate's gonna.
No, that's
The tax
that's
rate's
the
the
deal.
same. But the
That's the
tax rate
deal.
doesn't change. We don't get to change the tax rate.
No,
We
it's
get to
imposed
change the
on
amount
us.
of money that we need. That's all we get to change.
The
So-
tax rate is a dependent variable on the amount we
I-
budget and the value of the property that's taxable. in
So the
town.
the question is, do we want this 2017 total number to be less than or the same as the 2016 total number? Or
Yes.
some kind of equivalent
Yes.
based on the increase in revenue? Because if the revenue increases $4,000 because the tax rate is a little bit higher, but the value of the property is so much higher.
That's the total assessed.
Right. So if the total assessed is more, which it is this year,
Yes.
we multiply it by the tax rate, we come up with an extra $10,000 to spend or whatever it might be. That means we could increase our budget $10,000 and still not have gone an increase in our tax percentage of the town. The taxes won't go up.
The rate wouldn't go up, but people would pay more.
That's true, the rate did go up. So
I
who
mean,
sets the
even
rate?
if the rate didn't go up.
We set the
People would
rate.
pay more.
We set the
Well,
rate.
well, we set the budget, and the rate is set by the county based on.
No, Ann is saying that she set this 1.771254.
No, that's-
She sets that rate.
That,
I set that rate. We
That's
set
your
that
that's
rate.
your
It's
target rate.
nothing to do with the county. The only thing that this budget has to do with the county is the amount, the assessed value
I got you.
total.
yeah.
So I think we should take the number that is in the bottom of total appropriations and other uses down to the same level that it was in 2016 by making selective cuts and make it so that our tax rate is equivalent, so that it brings us.
Do you
That
want to
doesn't go
make
up.
those recommendations verbally here tonight, or you want to email?
All I can see is to take money out of the highway equipment reserve. That's the only place I can really see that we can take enough out to make a difference. It's not a huge amount, but you've already taken $100,000 out, right? Or $50,000 out.
I took 50,000.
So you're
out.
saying we're already down, right?
I reduced that.
You're saying we're down below 958,684 from 2016.
Oh, yes, the total appropriations.
Yeah, what's the total appropriations and other uses, what was that total? I'm sorry, I didn't read it down.
920,656.
And you took it out by taking 50,000 out of equipment reserve, and what else did you?
There's a little bit out of, there's a little bit out of workers' comp, and there's a little bit out of medical insurance.
Well, if you could send us that current revised
Yes, I will.
tentative, that would be great, and then we can go over.
Workers' comp went down.
Well, my budgeted amount went down. And that's based on actual
Okay.
from last year. And I see no way to change the fire protection district.
And is that increases in the budget as well?
Well, I'm unclear about that, and I have to ask. I have to ask.
Because if that $920,656 number that you have now is correct, that's already down $38,000. So the difference in the fire being up about 6,500.
No, it's a different tax value.
The different tax, what?
Assessed value total is different on the fire district. I don't think you can compare apples to apples.
Okay, so we don't need to compare.
Or those dollars is, I don't think you can.
So it doesn't look like on people's town tax bills, like their taxes, their Enfield town taxes went up, even though their fire taxes may have gone up some. Is that right?
A separate line item.
It's a separate line item.
Okay.
Okay, is the fire budget under the cap deal?
Well, the tax rate still went up a little from 7.1, well.
On the
seven-
fire?
Well,
No.
7.193,
Yeah, it did go up.
7.195.
So why did the tax rate go up?
Because the total budget is up.
No, it's down.
Not the total.
The total is not down.
The total is not down.
Depends which one you're looking at.
Town total to be raised in taxes, that's up from 1,317,000 to 1,364,000.
What page are we on?
I'm on the last page.
But this doesn't reflect the
Page 6.
extra 50,000 that you took out of the.
Oh, it doesn't, okay.
It doesn't reflect.
That number doesn't.
The extra 50,000 you took out of the.
We're working on the budget that we passed out the last meeting, but you made, since then, you made
mine
changes
might have a
to
different number in here. I think
the
that's
equipment
just for-
reserve.
Yeah, it's a different number than mine.
Yeah.
What do you have?
I have 1,337,846.
Okay, so it's up a little bit, but not as much.
Okay, I'll get a PDF of this out to you. Like right here.
Sounds like we're pretty close, though. I think the issue would be just that if Buddy has some, they're probably not extraordinary expenses because he already knows that things are likely to break, but if he has things that have to be fixed, we'll just have to be very careful how we allocate money to fix them as well, and try and do the best we can this year. I think it's important to make a statement this year, that's just me, but that's what I think.
Again, future years, you should probably plan on building up that reserve.
Well, you're not gonna be able to because you're gonna get a tax cap of less than this year.
Yep.
And, well, maybe your total assessed value will with all these, that's why I keep asking if they're new houses that he permits. Because that's one of the ways that we increase our total assessed value. And Jay redoes the
Just put 'em up-
comparables too.
Just put them on all county and state roads, right?
And we may have to look for some different answers.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way, is to encourage some more development, but
Yep.
Or what Dan was saying before, maybe combined services. I know that's been thought about already, but maybe it has to be rethought.
combined services, but
Maybe we need to think about it again.
it just seems like an inefficient patchwork of roads that,
Totally.
you know. The snow is not discriminating on which roads it's falling on, it's gonna fall on all the roads.
Well, that's the only place you're gonna cut back on highway is stop doing road repair.
Well, you could reduce the employees.
You keep riding on that too, that I got an extra employee and reduce the employees.
But if we don't keep up on road repairs, that's gonna cost us later down the road when we have to make more structural changes, more simple structural changes to the road. Rather than what you're doing now is trying to keep up on the regular maintenance.
Again, you're 10 years behind on the road maintenance. And like we discussed about Mike, I wasn't sharp enough when we talked about industrial town, and this is the way we're going to,
Right.
then you need to start building industrial roads.
Right.
So, right there, you're doubling, if not tripling your money to build roads that will handle all this big farm equipment, tractor trailers,
Or find a way to make those people pay for it.
to get the work done, to
Right.
do the work.
Okay, I will send a PDF of my last Thursday's tinkling on the keys. So we're on to new business. I would really like to spend 10 minutes on, 10 minutes on the process of getting through the permitting plan of Black Oak.
I have something I want to discuss.
An additional item?
No, on the Black Oak.
Oh, okay. I do think, since the escrow is within bounds of the law, that we should ask Frank to do a recommended way to proceed toward issuing the wind energy permit. And then how to proceed through the issuing of a building permit.
So what would we be asking Frank specifically?
To recommend what Black Oak has to produce for us to vote on the wind energy permit.
And then we would compare it to our list and,
Then you would vote.
right. Well, or we would, I mean, are you saying that this is a vote item? Because it seems to me this is a list item that we want to make the list of, right? I mean, if we all agree on what has to be done, why wouldn't we just give that to Black Oak?
I think it's beyond just these 5 documents. There's a list that we
Yes.
can compile and know what we need to do. We need to dot our i's and cross our t's on this and look at the actual law, what is required, make sure we follow those.
Yes.
And I think it's not just these 5 documents, there's,
And what I heard at the last meeting was, I think from you, Michael, that we really needed Frank to weigh in on what the list is. Or am I remembering wrong?
Yeah,
What?
I think we talked about several items that, I can't remember what all of them were right now, but we talked about several items that were missing, that we're concerned about, so, but I think Frank can also look at it and give his advice on what he thinks is missing.
Can you email that list that you have?
I don't have a list.
Which list is that?
I don't think we compiled a list yet, but we can create a list, but we also need to ask Frank. Do you want me to compile a list and ask Frank what is left according to our law?
Right, and we do also have a list that one of our very helpful local residents has compiled
Yes.
that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages long.
Yeah, there is.
Which has a number of items on it, which we could use as a starting point, and we could go through it and say, that's true, that's not true, whatever.
You talking about the decommissioning plan?
The
No,
which?
no,
This
no,
one right
this-
here. It says Black Oak Wind Farm Compliance Checklist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna put a date on right now.
Sorry. That was a
Yeah, there's a
date.
document-
So
there's a
what-
document that Jude started, and it references.
Do I have a copy of this?
I think it was sent to all the.
Pardon
board
me?
members.
I sent it to all the
Well,
board
this was the
members.
9 attachment one?
There was 9, there was 5, there was.
I don't know, there were a lot of them.
You don't
There was a
know
bunch.
which one it was.
I sent
Um,
3 emails.
But that could be a good starting point for determining, whether or not these things are left to complete.
Well, I think the person has done a lot of work on it. We certainly can look at it and say it's relevant or not relevant.
We didn't compile a list yet, but that
No.
could be a good starting point.
I still got a problem with the almost $20,000 in fees for foil reviews. And in my mind, this developer's agreement makes it very clear that the project pays for any and all reviews, including foil reviews. It's written in this agreement in a couple of different places in pretty clear language. And
That's the way I read that as well, but.
yeah, well, I already read it, and when it talks about review cost, this paragraph is defining what a review cost is. And it says, any and all reviews by the town and its engineers and attorneys, the cost and expenses thereof. That's pretty clear. Further down, it says, the developer shall indemnify and hold the town harmless to the fullest extent permitted by law from and against all third-party claims, expenses, losses, liabilities, damages, judgments, suits, and legal proceedings, and any and all costs and expenses arising in connection therewith, including attorneys and experts' fees arising out of or in any manner connected with this agreement and the project. So maybe we can, I don't know why $20,000 was spent on foil reviews. Do they all need to be reviewed by attorneys? Can't we decide what we want to release, and if we can't agree, then maybe consult an attorney? But regardless, that 19,000, I think it's important that we comply with the law and any agreements in this agreement. I don't think there's any question that those foil reviews are payable by the project.
I don't disagree with you. I did take a legal business course once, and here I am pretending to be an expert, but one of the main things that they told me in that course was that if it's logical and it makes sense and it seems to be what it says on the paper, that's like having the ace in court. You've got the ace, okay? You should win the trick. However, if it's customary to do it another way, if there's been court cases in the past that have looked at this and ruled on it and said, well, that's true, but however, in this instance, we don't think it included FOIL requests, and the ruling by the court was that it didn't include FOIL requests, the court, assumably, in its jurisprudence, will go back to that ruling and say, that trumps your ace. So,
But your agreement gives you full discretion to decide what the expenses are.
That's the way.
There's other language that says that the determination of those expenses are in the sole discretion of
That-
the town.
It does say that,
That's
sole
the- that's the
discretion
way-
of the town, yeah.
Well,
That's the
that
way I
helps,
read that.
definitely.
That's the way I read that, and.
Well, I will
and
weigh in
certainly-
here.
And certainly most of these FOIL requests are specific to this
See where that
project,
is.
Yeah.
if not all of them.
What do you think, Ken?
As the chief financial officer, I'm taking the town attorney's advice.
Well, he didn't say no, he said it was unclear, didn't he? That's what I remember.
He said there was room for interpretation, I thought.
Right, that's what I remember too. He didn't say you can't do it, he said it's unclear.
Something about a perch and a chainsaw.
Who- Did Guy weigh in on this?
Yeah.
That's who weighed in, yeah.
But, and
I don't have his letter with me, but as Mike said, I read it at a previous meeting, and he didn't say definitely one way or the other.
Which is kind of guyish,
Yeah.
definitely.
And when I read that, I come to the same conclusion, that we have a fairly wide discretion in what we consider a review.
So where does that leave you, Ann, as the chief financial officer? How do you feel about
I'm
it?
following the town attorney's advice.
Okay, can we get an interpretation then from him on that?
I gave you a copy of his email.
I didn't see his letter, no, I don't think so. Do we get that letter? I did, I didn't bring it with me, I'm sorry then.
Well,
Okay.
certainly might not have.
Well, I would beg to differ then that you interpreted his advice correctly. I think it should be interpreted.
Point taken. Getting all this down?
What's that?
Is she getting all this down?
It's only being recorded twice.
I also,
And one more thing, could you show me the town law section that gives you the right to do that? Next
Sure.
time, at next meeting.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Well, isn't that something that we could write a resolution and vote on it, or?
I don't know, this is why I would like to ask Ann, you know, if it's her prerogative under town law, then it's her prerogative under town law. I don't know the town law that well, so.
Yeah, I'd want to reread that guidance from our lawyer.
It is.
What am I reading?
That's the guidance from Guy on the FOIL.
she spoiled it.
Oh, okay. I think we got a copy of this.
What?
I think we got a
Yeah,
copy
I
of the
think we did,
email.
I think you did.
I'll have to reread it.
So once we get a list made up, can we decide how we're gonna make up our list, whether we're willing to use this list as a starting point or not? And then, if we do, if we would like to actually send this list along to Frank, and you have him use it to respond to, or we should just ask him to do it his own? I'm just thinking maybe we might save some money with Frank's time, with all this information ahead of time, might keep them from having to.
I reinvented the wheel.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
And we're probably gonna have to reconcile what he's saying versus what that list says too, and see what those differences are, so send him the list and see if he can respond to that.
Right, then we actually have another lawyer saying, here's what I think about your list, and
Because some of those items may be valid, some of them may not be.
we don't know.
Well, I do think that you need to remember that the project has a right to due process, and it has a right for, to have the board vote on this.
That's exactly the point, yeah, right, yeah.
So I do urge all of the board members to remember that.
Can we talk about that right now? Because I think that's really important.
Well, this brings up another concern that's I've had and has been brought to my attention by attenders. I'm wondering how the board feels about having a time limit on each board member's ideas about a certain subject. And I was wondering what the board felt about a time limit on board,
I think I would be okay if everybody, if all 5 of us got to speak the very same amount of time.
that's what it would be,
Yeah.
each member.
So
gets
we would
the-
time everything that you said and every moment that you spoke, and then we would get at least that much time as well. Is that right?
By subject matter.
No, no, you're talking about each member getting to talk as much. No.
Why would we need to do this?
To keep the meeting at a more reasonable length of time, to keep the interchange between board members to the point, to look like we're trying to move forward.
Is there anyone other than you that feel like those things are happening right now?
My understanding is, yes.
Okay, could we just take a quick poll and see?
Yes,
Okay.
I'd certainly be
Do you
agreeable.
feel like we're wasting time, Virginia, and talking about things that aren't to the point?
I think sometimes certain people get off track or we get on something for too long a period of time,
And do you think that Ann's solution would be a good way to deal with it?
perhaps. I don't know what the time limit would be, I mean, reasonable, about
Okay.
one subject. I'm not talking about,
Great.
and people have a different, on the board I'm a more of a listener and processing later.
Right,
But
right.
by the same token, there are times when 1 or 2 board members can really continue on too long.
Well, that's me, because I'm the one that talks and talks and talks,
Well,
so.
But I'm
yeah.
not castigating you at all.
You don't have to cascade me,
No,
but I
no,
understand I'm the guy who
I
talks,
wanna make
so.
sure that I
so.
make it clear what I'm
Yeah,
saying, because.
yeah. No, I understand, yeah, I do, yeah. And I don't feel like we need it, I'm gonna pass to you, Michael.
I don't like the idea. I think we need to talk these things out, and these are not, I mean, we have a meeting agenda. We're talking about this right now in this meeting agenda.
As long as it's on
We're
the
not-
agenda.
We're not getting off topic here. We're talking about the process. We discussed this document as a good starting point to send to Frank. I thought that was substantive. I don't think it was a waste of time, and I don't think putting caps on our time. I'll stay here until 11 or 12 o'clock at night if need be.
Henry, how do you feel about it?
I can see where I could be pretty frustrated if something occurred to me during the discussion and I had something I wanted to add, but my time was up and I couldn't mention it.
Freedom of speech.
I would, I don't always think quickly, but I want to be able to express my opinions and not have them shut down because of my
Well,
time.
I'm gonna give it back to you then, and say, deal with it how you wanna deal with it. If you wanna make a resolution, stating that it's policy, let's vote on it.
I'm just wondering where, I mean, I've thought about it, where what other boards do. I mean, do they have, I mean, I've been to county board meetings where one board member will be talking about an agenda item and really dominate the conversation, rather than the exchange. And nobody said your time is up. I mean, part of it is being a board member. I do more listening and processing later. I thought about it, that you mentioned. I think if somebody is out of order, going off on a tangent as a board member, that's different.
And I don't believe, as the woman said earlier, that we're wasting our time. The project has changed twice this year, majorly, and we're trying to respond to that. But we also have to look at our law, look at what we have to do to follow, the due process. There's things that we have to do, and part of compiling this list of, okay, now that we have a final EIS, now the project changed again, what do we have left to do? And we have to determine that, and there's some disagreement about what those items are, so we need to clarify what are the actual list of things that we have to do are, and follow through that list.
What's happening with the, Labella sent us a letter saying that the landscaping plan wasn't in compliance with the,
They did, yes.
what's that?
They did send that.
Yeah, so
Yes, they sent that.
what's happening with that? Did that?
I pulled it from the agenda.
But I mean, what is Black Oak gonna do about that? Are they going to modify the landscaping plan?
I think that's
and-
part of what we should be talking about now in our questions about process, because we're not addressing many, many different areas.
I mean, we can't approve that plan when Labella says it's not, doesn't meet the requirements, so
Right.
what's,
The
who's gonna
developer has
modify
to
that plan to
address
meet
it.
the requirements?
Satisfy us.
Well,
What's that?
assumably that went to Labella, that Labella letter went to Black Oak also. Am I right in thinking that?
I don't know. That's in another folder.
I think I have it here.
But that's just one of those documents, and each of these documents is gonna take us some time to work through.
To Ann Ryder and Town of Enfield board members.
So it's just us.
That's what it says.
But because it's us, it's a matter of public record.
It's public record, but it also means that our process should include making sure that Black Oak gets this kind of information from us, which we're not really making sure of doing. We're not making sure of giving them a list of all the things that need to be done by them.
Well, that's how I started out the
Right,
conversation.
and I think we need to be talking about it.
I
And if
think
you
we have a duty.
If you think I'm gonna shut up and not talk just because my time's over, you're gonna have to get a policeman to keep me out of here, because I'm not gonna shut up.
We'll be.
Yeah, us too.
Well, I think that's good for the public to know.
I was elected to talk, that's what people elect me to do, that's what I'm here for.
I think using this list as a starting point, and let's have Frank weigh in on this and figure out what really is the list of things that we have to make sure are completed before we make a decision. And I think there's some differences of opinion in terms of what those things are, so let's get clarification on that and know
I
what.
read this through, I think it's a good starting, not starting point, but it's good guidance why, go out there and try and redesign something that's right in front of us.
I know it's on the opposite side of the fence, but it's still a good place to start, and we can get our lawyer to work on this and tell us, are these things valid or not, and let's be on the same page in terms of what things are left to do.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really be about one side of the fence or other, it's coming up with a project.
Well, Black Oak has told us what they think they have to, because they've given us that information. Black Oak has given us plans, and that's what they feel, they're the plans that they're supposed to give us, right? Does that make sense?
There's more to it. If you look at it,
Right.
there's certain requirements. I mean, when I looked through the law again, I was surprised that we had to hold a public meeting. The public has been here for quite a long time, but we still have to do that.
I'm just saying it's not unfair for us on our side to say this is what we think needs to be done.
I think that that's a prudent thing for the board to do, is to compile in conjunction with Harris Beach the requirements under the local law and what degree they have to submit
So we.
plans.
So, can we do that?
In the interest of moving things
Yeah,
along, could
yeah.
we see if Frank can do this in the next 2 weeks, and we'll have a special board meeting in 2 weeks?
Okay.
And I don't mind.
Do you want
doing
a
it.
motion on that, or?
Well, I would rather talk about it first and see if other people feel like they
I'm in
can
agreement, I make a
be there, and
motion to do that.
and then we would also have to see if Frank can actually deal with it in the course of 2 weeks, so we'd have something to respond to when it came back.
And then, my question would be, or one of my questions would be, are the board members willing to accept his recommendations of how to go forward?
As he states them?
Yes.
No, of course not. Why would we do that?
I think we need to review them first and see what the differences are, see if he's crossed things off the list that we think that should be on there. We may have a difference of opinion, but we need to discuss that with them if there is a difference.
We got this far with such poor legal representation from the people that we've hired versus some of the people that we hired, I can't imagine why we would just.
That's your feeling.
That's definitely my feeling. I can't imagine rolling over and playing dead with something that he gave us and said, okay, here it is. That's would be anathema to me.
Well, my concern, if we've got a list of things to start from, and it seems like a good list to start from, and we have to make sure we dot our i's and cross our t's, because if we don't do something that we're supposed to do according to our own local law, then that opens it up for other lawsuits as well too, because we didn't follow the due process.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for saying it nicely.
Yeah. But it sounds like, we're pretty close in agreement that we need to send this list to Frank for his review. And let us know what are the things.
You want to send that list to Frank for review?
For review, and also let us know, with regard to
In
this.
terms of what we should be doing to address the subject matter of the wind farm.
In terms of what we should be asking Black Oak to address in relation to the wind farm. Does that make sense?
Say that again?
We would get a response that we would then develop among ourselves that would be telling Black Oak what we want them to address. Right? We would give them a list of what they should do.
Yes.
And it would be directly tied to our wind law, right?
It has to be in keeping with our wind law.
Exactly.
And there's things not just for Black Oak, but it's things that we're supposed to do as well. It's not just what Black Oak is supposed to do, it's what we're obligated to
Well,
do too under the law.
we do have some obligation
Yes.
to the project.
Yeah, so it's not just Black Oak, what Black Oak is obligated to do, what we're obligated to do.
Right.
What's nice about this list is that it actually references the actual points of the law, in each line item. So.
But then, once we have this list that's based on the law, and we give it to Black Oak, and we say to them, these are some of the things we expect you to do, we also have to talk as a board about whether or not we feel like, in keeping with the resolution that actually formed the wind law back in 2009, we feel we have the right, the desire, the interest in actually changing some of the recommendations that we would like to make to Black Oak for their final approval of their wind farm permit to be more in
Wind
keeping
energy permit.
with their wind farm energy permit, to be more in keeping with what we feel is more appropriate in the present day understanding of how wind farms interact with people. So we could take the things that they have to do right now according to the law, but we could also decide that we want them to do more than the law actually specifically states.
Which gets you into a reasonable degree of mitigating circumstances.
Mitigating, I lost you there, a reasonable degree of, who's mitigating?
I assume that you want them to mitigate whatever.
If we want more constraints.
It would be possible that we would ask them for something that is a higher standard, a more difficult standard for them to achieve than what the law actually says as a standard. For instance, the noise standard, which everyone agrees to, even the Black Oak people agree, was actually written incorrectly on the law itself. And we've all been assuming that we're going to take it for granted that it was incorrect writing, and we're just going to go about our business as if it were different than what it really is. But the fact is, it was written incorrectly with an incorrect understanding as far as we know, because there's corroborating paperwork in other areas that seem to be saying from the town board at that time that they wanted something different to happen than what they actually stated in the law. if we decide that we want to deal with that incorrect statement of what the noise standard should be, we could decide we wanted to deal with that. It wouldn't necessarily change anything that Black Oak had to do. It would just actually, or it could possibly, hold them to the standard in terms of noise regulation that they already have stated in their submittals that they will hold to. It's just that within the context of the wind law itself, some of their submittals say, go back and reference the wind law. Some of their submittals go back and reference the secret and say we won't go over 45 decibels, whereas some of the submittals, like the community dispute resolution, has places where it actually references the wind law itself and doesn't talk about the 45 decibels. It talks about the 60 decibels over, what's the word? Ambient. So it actually gives you more like a 100 decibel standard that the law says that they could actually do. And Marguerite, Peter, all these other people have said, well, that's wrong, that's incorrect, they made a mistake. But Marguerite and Peter aren't going to be here when the German company comes in and buys this thing and builds these wind laws. They're going to say, for the generators, they're going to say, here's your law, here's what it says. We can be 100 decibels according to your law. We're only at 90, so go away. We don't want to talk to you. And we try and sue them, and somebody in the court says, well, wait a minute, it says 100 right here, so why are you giving me a hard time? It's only 90.
I think other parts of the law may be hard to stick retroactively, but that one was clearly a mistake that most everyone has acknowledged. That was a mistake in the law.
It's still there.
So you don't think any mitigation plan would overcome this deficit?
The 90 decibel limit?
This deficit.
Deficit of
the law.
I don't know, if we changed that section of the law and we did it with Black Oak's agreement and they said, we are happy to have you change that section of the law, maybe they'd write us something, although they probably won't, but maybe they would agree to us changing that to 45 decibel. I don't think they will, so we could see about that, but.
So no mitigation plan would
I think it's one of these things that's kind of like, what? I'm not going to say the word. What the heck?
Before a wind energy permit is transferred to another owner, the town board has to review that and approve that transfer, and we could have some conditions on that transfer that be fixed. Possibly, maybe that's something that we can talk with the lawyers about.
There is so much stuff that's so messy in this whole thing. It's just really messy. That's why when I wrote this letter, Henry, tonight, I said I don't want to consider a moratorium. Gosh, we're not getting anywhere. We're just spinning our wheels. Black Oak folks, here they are. It's right at the start of the meeting. We talk about their stuff. As soon as we say, no, we're not going to do that right now, they're gone. So how do they even know what we want to know? You know, I mean, this is not a two-way communication. It's just, we're just sitting here spinning our wheels, going back and forth. They're sitting over there waiting for us to tell them something, hoping we will. It doesn't make sense to me. We're just not doing our job right.
Well, I hope somebody let them know that the landscape plan, according to Labella, didn't meet requirements.
Right. So we don't have a process to have somebody tell them that.
Well,
I say we haven't been completely spinning our wheels. We didn't ask for the change to the draft environmental impact statement, and we didn't ask for them to go back to the original plan. Those are two major changes. We haven't been spinning our wheels. We've been working on this and putting a lot of time into it. The plan has changed. We haven't changed it. They have changed it twice this year.
But we should still try and treat them fairly.
We should.
Yeah.
And we should go through a list and figure out what we have left to do, and clarify what we have left to do. I don't want to hand this right off to Black Oak because this needs to be reviewed.
You would agree with that?
I mean, I looked through it. They seem reasonable, but I would definitely want, Frank to weigh in on these things.
And it may be incomplete too.
Do you want to take a vote on that? I move that we ask Frank Pavia of Harris Beach to review the citizen...
The BOF compliance checklist from 10... BOWF from 10/12/16.
Plan, and give a recommended way to proceed toward issuing a wind energy permit. for the town of Enfield. Do I get a second?
Second.
Now we can discuss.
I would like to put the word suggested there in place of recommended. I know it's not, neither one of them is compulsory, but to me, suggested is gonna be more in keeping with what I feel. And I would hope that Frank would understand there and maybe not get hurt feelings if we tore it apart and said this is junk. And we just called it suggested rather than recommended. And I don't necessarily think it's gonna be junk, but I fight with him a lot, so.
I don't think it's junk. I don't think that we're gonna get junk back. I think we'll get clarification back. We may disagree with some points, but we don't know until we have this reviewed by our lawyers, or lawyer in this case.
Well, board members are free not to take the legal advice given to them.
Right, but we don't know what that is yet till we get it
No,
to
we
them.
do not. But I see no reason not to ask for recommendations.
Suggestions.
I see no reason not to ask for recommendations.
Well, I guess I would just like you to clarify what recommended means then, just so I have it clear in my own mind. Just so I know, it doesn't have to be part of your motion, but I would just like to understand from what you say, how you expect us to work with the revised compliance checklist that we get back from Frank, just so I understand.
Well, I think that this would be legal advice that's given to the board. That's how I would see it.
Right.
Whether individual board members want to take that advice or take some other advice is an individual thing.
I think it would be helpful, to get that back, review what those recommendations or suggestions are, and maybe have another meeting with
Yeah.
Frank, so we can, if we have questions or dispute what that is, we can actually talk to him in person and have a discussion.
On Black Oak's dime, I guess it's gonna be on their dime anyways if he does the recommendation.
It's part of the review process.
Yeah.
Yes, this would probably be part of the review process. More discussion?
Well, what Michael just suggested about having him come to the meeting, is that something we're going to do or not do, and does it need to go into the motion or not go into the motion?
It seems to me that's a separate subject.
What do you think? Separate subject, okay.
We can add another motion later, if we want to have him come.
Sounds
in.
good.
And
Absolutely.
he may come back, or he may be in complete agreement with everything he says, and we may not need to bring him
He
in.
may be so sick of us, he doesn't even wanna talk anymore.
Is there more discussion? Read back the motion.
Move to ask Frank Pavia of Harris Beach to review the Black Oak Wind Farm compliance list of October 12, 2016, and give a recommended way to proceed toward issuing a wind energy permit by the town of Enfield.
Call the vote.
Councilperson Bryant?
Aye.
Councilperson Carpenter?
Aye.
Councilperson Handstein?
Aye.
Councilperson Miles?
Aye.
Supervisor Ryder?
Aye.
Did you get an answer from Marguerite about the substation lease versus own, or?
I did get an answer from Marguerite about that, yes. You want me to tell you what it was?
Sure.
In a phone call, she called me and said, my lawyer says that I cannot write that letter for you.
So we're not gonna get a letter.
We will not get a letter from her. She said her lawyer specifically told her that she is not allowed to write that letter
How,
to us.
how do we confirm that it is the exact same project that was approved?
When I
in
talked to
2015?
the lawyer today of one of the people that has a contract that's very significantly connected to this substation issue, he recommended that we go back to the wind law, which allows us to ask Black Oak for copies of the contracts that they have with people that they have, are gonna use their land, the leases that they have to use their land. And we can take the copy of that lease to our lawyer, have them look at it, and they can make a determination if they think that Black Oak has the right to put the substation on their land or not, in keeping with NICEAG's requirements. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Should I read that part of the law that describes
Yeah,
that?
let's hear some
Might
more
be
law.
helpful. In Article 3, Section 1, Part A, Number 2, property owner information and authorization. The name, address, telephone number of the property owner at the proposed site of any wind energy facility. The said owner is not, if the said owner is not the applicant, the application shall include a letter or other written permission signed by the property owner that confirms the property owner is familiar with the proposed application and authorizes the submission of the application, an easement, lease, or other agreement of such owner relative to the siting of the wind energy facility. It also has number 3 and number 4, which addresses adjacent owners and parcel information, which I'm not sure if we have that complete information in the application.
There's the application.
Yeah, I've seen it. I have the electronic version of it as well, too.
And you don't think that they have submitted
The contracts,
the leases?
the leases?
Submitted summaries, they didn't submit the leases.
And you're saying that the wind law says they have to produce the leases?
That's our reading of the wind law.
That's your reading of the
Yes, yes. I think if we probably gave it to our lawyer, he probably would say the same thing, but you never know.
So that the application that's been approved by the board as complete, you're saying
It's not complete. The application is not complete.
That application was for the 20 turbine project.
It's far from being complete. That's what this list is all about, is how they're gonna complete the application, which they haven't even completed yet. That's why when.
So your position is that they haven't completed the application?
Exactly, yes. Same thing I said last week or 2 weeks ago and 2 weeks before that.
I know you've said it before.
Yeah.
I know you've said it before.
But that's the only reason why that 30-day caveat at the end of the law that says, once it's complete, we're supposed to act on it within 30 days, once all this information's in. I don't feel like that 30 days applies yet, because I don't think we have a completed application yet. And to be clear, this is a letter from Kathy Spencer at Labella, who was our principal person that we're using. Based on my professional opinion, in their current state, neither the landscaping plan nor the Invasive Species Control Act meet the requirements of this secret finding. This is largely due to the fact that the plans are generic in nature and not tied to specific locations, so forth and so on. The eventual submission of a set of construction drawings and the stormwater pollution prevention plan will specifically define areas of vegetative disturbance, at which point landscaping and invasive species control can be described in an appropriate level of detail. Note that both the construction drawings and a SWIP are required before the wind energy permit can be issued by the town.
That's what Kathy says.
That's what Kathy says, yeah. The lady that we're paying to give us advice, and I
Who's
like
paying
her
her?
advice better. What's that?
We're paying her?
But yeah, we're paying Labella for all the advice that they give us. Well, no. Black Oak is paying.
I would also, continue out with that. I mean, the law lists a bunch of items that need to be
a lot of
done,
items.
including like number 12, construction information pertaining to the construction installation of the wind energy facility, including minimum power, construction plan, blueprints, specifications, and similar construction documents duly sealed by a New York State licensed engineer or architect.
And you don't think that's part of the building permit? You think that
This is part of the wind energy, this is part of the application requirements.
application,
Section 1, application requirements.
All of which
It's
is supposed to be
listed-
done
it's
before we
listed-
vote.
It's listed under that.
As well as all these
And I think
things.
that's why that's why, we need Frank to help us weigh in on this, to sort these things out.
Yes, I would agree.
And even when it was I think it was in 2010, 2011 that was voted as complete. It came with even a disclaimer from Frank about there are certain things that aren't done yet.
But you do agree it was voted on by the board?
It was
at
voted
that
on by
time.
the board.
And it was a favorable vote.
It was for a different project, it was for 20 turbines.
Yeah, it was for a different project. It wasn't the same configuration. Different owner and different number of turbines. And even then, it came with some disclaimers from Harris Beach.
Well, and there isn't a provision in the wind law for voting whether it's complete. There's only provision for voting to give them a permit. It doesn't say anything about votes to say it's complete. So in my mind, any vote that they said it's complete is great for them to think so, but it's not a vote. It's just everybody saying it's complete, so.
Oh, so you don't think there was a motion made?
There might have been a motion made. I don't think it was correct procedure, though. I think the procedure that they used was faulty. I might be wrong, but I would be happy to go back and research it and say.
There is section 2 in terms of application review where there's an application completeness review. And that's that's the item that they were trying to fulfill at that 2000.
Is there a vote?
There was a vote.
But is there a vote that's called for in that application completeness
I
review?
don't know, I have to read it. Want me to read it out loud?
Yeah, well, to me, I mean, it's, a review is a review. You sit around and review something. It's not a vote. A vote is a vote. A review is a review. It's two different things. The only vote that I read about was you vote to say you have the permit, you don't have the permit, you've got a conditional permit. That's the only place I saw in the law that had a
Yes,
that had a
and you
vote.
have to have reasons for the vote.
Yeah, but assumably, you wouldn't even take the vote until you thought it was ready. Otherwise, why would you vote on it? Because it's not even.
Because you have an obligation to be timely in the due process.
The only obligation to be timely is once the application's complete.
Yeah, complete your stuff first.
If it's not complete, you don't have, the 30 days doesn't start.
Well, you need
I didn't say 30 days, I said timely.
Timely. But if we're not the ones that are holding it up, I mean, we're seeing everybody saying, you're stalling, you're stalling. We're not stalling. They're not complete. We've been asking them for months and months and months. We need these things. And where are they? Well, they're not here yet. Oops, wait, that's not okay.
And now we just found out we're not gonna get confirmation that the project is the same. And so that.
Until we go through some more hoops.
That's-
Try and get them to give us the contract of the lease, which they may not be willing to do, in which case we have to figure out some way to figure out if it is the same thing.
So, your contention is that in the application, the leases aren't there, there's summaries of the leases.
I think there's some of the leases are there and may not be complete.
But may or may not be complete.
The Rich Teeters is in there with all the.
There's several of them.
So you're saying that Rich Teeters' lease is in that information?
summary, it's a memorandum of.
Oh, that's not the lease. Yeah.
It's a memorandum, it's not the
That doesn't let you see legally or have something for our lawyer to make a determination.
Anyways, this information is supposed to be part of the application that I don't think we have. I think we need to spin the wheels again, but let's try and weigh in on the
Okay, do you want that to be votable? Did we just vote on it? Or what? Ever read it back?
We voted on the Frank Pavia.
Right, I'm having him look at you.
more clarification.
Okay. So I move that we have a special meeting 2 weeks from tonight. Second?
Second.
More discussion?
Time and place?
Time, 6:30 or 7? 7 o'clock.
That was fine with me.
Today's the 10th. Is it not?
Today's the 12th.
Oh, today is not the
Today's
10th.
Oh, today's the 12th.
Today's the 12th, so it's the 26th. Second?
I think it got seconded.
Mike
already.
seconded.
Okay. Discussion? Call the vote.
Councilperson Bryant?
Aye.
Councilperson Carpenter? Councilperson Handstein?
Aye.
Councilperson Miles?
Aye.
Supervisor Ryder?
Aye.
And you'll let us know if Frank doesn't have anything back to us.
Right, and we'll cancel it.
And can we get a copy in time that we could actually go over it before the
I
meeting?
think probably.
Great, thank you.
You're not gonna get it a week ahead of time.
If I got it one day, I'd be happy.
Okay.
So,
I move that we have a public hearing on the preliminary 2017
Oh.
budget.
Excuse
on-
me, you need to have the public hearing. Okay, so you have to move the tentative to the preliminary before
That's
you do-
right.
Okay.
That's
sorry.
right, but that's a separate issue.
Okay.
I move that we schedule a public hearing on the preliminary 2017 budget to be held on November, what's the date of the next meeting?
November 9th.
November 9th at 6:35 at 182 Enfield Main Road, and the town clerk is directed to do all advertising requirements necessarily under the law. Second? Discussion.
So we'll get the new tentative.
I'll give you a new tentative,
Right.
and at the special meeting, we can move it to a preliminary budget.
Is that,
Unless you want to have another meeting prior to moving it to the preliminary budget.
Not sure that, I won't,
does that fit the legal requirements?
well, in the past, so anything that was changed between the tentative and the preliminary would be made in a list and approved before it moved to the preliminary, which could be done at the next meeting. If all the changes from this document to the preliminary are listed and voted on, you could do that, yeah.
Sounds like we could do that. Take a little longer, but not too bad. We went over it all today. Sounds good.
That is online. The budget was put online between the special meeting and the public hearing.
Mhm.
Preliminary would have to be online, yeah. So it wouldn't be,
What's
wouldn't be
the
for 2
legal
weeks.
requirement
No.
that it has to be available to the public prior to the public hearing?
Well, public hearing, you have to notify 5 days, so I would say it'd have to be available 5 days before the public hearing, the preliminary budget.
So if we get it done at the special meeting, then
You have 2
we
weeks.
can get online from there.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Mhm.
Read the motion back.
And move to hold a public hearing on the preliminary 2017 budget, November 9th, at 2016 at 6:35 at 182 Enfield Main Road, with all advanced requirements for publication made.
And who seconded it?
Virginia, Bryant.
Okay, all right. Call the vote.
Councilperson Bryant?
Aye.
Councilperson Carpenter?
Aye.
Councilperson Handstein?
Aye.
Councilperson Miles?
Aye.
Supervisor Ryder?
Aye.
How come 6:35?
Okay. Oh, because it's a lie, because you have to do the Pledge of Allegiance first. Okay, we'll enter into the second privilege of the floor. Again, speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Jude.
So 2 points, I think you should continue to pursue Henry's point about getting the fees paid before you pursue any more expenses. I think he has a legitimate point about the developer's agreement and the fact that the FOIL expenses should be covered. The other thing is, so when Black Oak sent their threatening email, they said that if this wasn't resolved by the middle of October, the project was dead. So I'm not sure why we're entering into all these legal fees if the project's dead, and they should explain what their problem is and whether or not the project's dead. I mean, why are we incurring more expenses if they say that if you didn't get this done by mid-October, the project's dead?
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Rob.
Well, I originally was speaking on the budget. I was sitting here listening back and forth with Buddy, but I can push this back as well. If you guys are struggling, why not ask us for help? You're representing us. We live and breathe Enfield. So we have our own talents and our own ways with everything around here. We drive the roads. We see everything that's going on up there every single day, so why not ask us for suggestions, for help? Because it's pretty clear we're unified, and we will help. We've been trying to help, even without being asked, so if you just ask us, I'm sure it's after 10 o'clock at night and we're still here. I don't have a problem. I knew that Calvin passed away and wanted to help the town, wanted to help the community. And I told people that I was interested in sitting on the planning board, and some people would say, well, how much does that pay us? I never expected to get paid for it. And I just knew there was a need, and I stepped up and did it. And these folks, I'm sure will, I mean, they can answer for themselves, but, and as far as with the turbines, we had one on us, and then it was moved, great, you know, that there's a relief, but now it's down the road on the neighbors. And we aren't gonna back off for that. Right is right, wrong is wrong, as far as we're concerned. And now it's back on us. We could have just shut our mouth and let it go, but it came back, and I heard Ron say that throwing each other under the bus. We're not doing that. So we're here. We're not going away. You may as well use us for something, to help the town, to help the community. We are the definition of community. Thank you.
Could I respond to that? Okay. That's a great offer. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate all that everybody's doing, all the information that you get for us. I don't want to have people feel like we want to beat up on the wind farm. I don't think we do. And I'm happy to get as much information as I can from them too, but the fact that you guys are putting so much out and spending so much time is really great. It's really helpful. So I hope you know that too.
When we're done with our, duties on the advisory committee, is some of us talked about, being energy navigators and actually helping to reduce our energy use in the town. So that's one idea.
Nice to hear.
Yeah, so I think that's something that I think would be helpful and something that we'd like to do afterward.
Nice to hear. Others who'd like to speak to privilege of the floor, Mimi?
Mimi Mahaffey, 115 West Enfield Center Road. It's hard stuff, this budget stuff, and part of it, as I'm sitting here listening, I run businesses and look at a lot of numbers, and you need more revenue. So I have some ideas, actually, and I'd like to, we need to talk about it in the beginning of the year, not at the end of the year, because at the end of the year, all you can do is cut. But during the year, if we could come up with some creative revenue sources, I think that would be, you know, maybe have a roundtable or people that are interested talking about it. I would be interested in
That sounds great.
working on something.
Well,
like
I'd like to
that.
respond to that.
I know you're gonna say that the wind farm would give us money, but, you know, that's
You're
short
wrong.
term.
You're wrong.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ann. What were you gonna say?
One revenue increasing idea.
One?
One.
Well, the aquifer study put a well on town land. To bottle that in the water does that, and sell water. So there's one, but I have more.
About two, could we?
Make her give you one.
Yeah.
Make her give you one.
You know, another option is, you know, without, you know, there's a housing crunch in Ithaca, but here we have lots of place in Enfield, and could we create pilot agreements for homeowners that would bring the homeowners and people who want to build in Enfield, and we could, you know, create something.
That would be fun.
That would be,
That
you
would
know,
be really
if
fun.
we can create pilot agreements,
I
create
mean,
it
I
with
think if we
with
had a room full
homeowners.
of people that wanted to generate money, that's
Yeah.
the only way we're gonna balance this budget.
Yeah.
Without making ridiculous cuts. And the next thing to cut is, you know, people and wages, and who wants to go there? We don't wanna go there. Let's get more money. I don't know that,
Yeah.
how much money does grassroots pay Trumansburg? If we have a festival, I'll donate my land for it. I don't know. I think we could come up with ways.
I mean, it's a great community, we want to make sure it's a welcoming community, and that's one way, you know, we could do that.
And it's not that much money a year that we're looking at. A couple $100,000 would help. Would really
I'd
help.
love to sit in on your roundtable, so if you have the energy to start
As
the
soon as
process.
this other stuff is over, I'll have lots of energy
Great.
to do this stuff.
Thanks.
I gotta get through it first.
I'm definitely interested. Yeah.
Brian?
I have an idea just off the top of my head, and it's, I have possibly, you know, 150 maybe to 200 people come to my place every weekend. And most of them, I mean, most of them are looking for places to spend the weekend. And you can certainly, you know, so I mean, people doing Airbnbs, or even if there was a, you know, some housing that we could donate to that and make money from that, you know, that could be quite, you know, you could make some money doing that. Because people are willing to pay for not going all the way to Ithaca for a hotel, you know, but if they had like even cabins, I mean, cabins would be like really cool. You know, they would love it. And, you know, I would just like, you know, that would be something to donate to the town.
And you have others like New Hearts up the hill too, so. Maybe a competitor, but still, I mean, you have all these great areas up there, it's a beautiful area, you have the
Yeah,
Connecticut
yeah.
Hill,
It's gorgeous.
wildlife, yeah. It's beautiful.
And you have Connecticut Hill right there on your doorstep.
Yeah.
Biking, horsebacking.
Yeah, yeah, people love that, so
Lots of ideas.
What's that? You could resurrect your,
Not happening. I'm gonna use my 2 cottages.
Okay, you will, okay.
Another privilege of the floor? Beth?
I have a few things to say. One is, we spent about 40 minutes nitpicking the budget. And Buddy could reasonably ask for about $1 million, and it still wouldn't bring us back up to where we need to be with other towns. The boards in past years have been incredibly neglectful. And we've heard that, we've had that conversation over and over again when I sat there. We had the same conversation, asked the same question. We've been warning the town of this for a decade. So hearing it nitpicked over is really kind of annoying. Because, I mean, it's really, if we would really go and see the equipment and understand the kind of beating that it takes year after year and what it takes to run them. And our son works for the highway department. He's one of the ones that that's why we're finding ourselves having this conversation over and over and over again. If it's an issue of safety, we've been talking about that since the day they walked in the door of that highway department, and we passed this, kick the can down the road over and over and over again. And for our son's sake and safety's sake and a lawsuit against the town's sake, I would really appreciate it if we would just figure it out and spend the money to fix the problems. The other thing is the wind farm. This law that we have, it may have been written in response to Enfield Energy wanting to have a wind farm here, but there will be other companies that come here that are heavy industry that want to put things in our town. And if we don't address this law in particular and set a standard and make sure that we follow it, then we're going to be victims of that every single time. We're going to be sitting here for months and months and months trying to figure this out over and over again. When if we just set the standard that this is how we operate, that we do it right the first time, then we won't have that issue. And these companies, they look for town. I'm not saying that Enfield Energy did this because they were part of the community originally, but big companies look for towns like this that have exhausted boards who don't necessarily have expertise. They don't have the money to fight lawsuits or fight, well, clearly, maybe they won't after NSA and the hydrofracturing arguments and fight that we did for that. And now another community of people who are desperate, who are coming forward and expressing an interest in being part of the town and being active. So it really seems like we need to remember that this law is not just about Black Oak. It's a wind facility law. That could be any wind facility that comes here.
Rob, no. Marcus.
Rob. Maybe he gets to speak twice, no. Marcus Gingrich. Just a quick comment. There was mention about the budget totals budgets information being on the website. I checked, there's 2015, part of 2016. There's no December for 2015, no totals for 2015 that I could see. And obviously, I couldn't see anything for 2014. Just a comment, it'd be great if they were up there, if we could look at them. What would also be great is I know you've said that there's been expenses, but to have the actual totals versus the budget, like some of the board members mentioned, so we can look at side by side, what was the budget, what was actually spent. Simple I'm not sure quite how to say this, but the whole thing of time limits, I appreciate the fact that it hasn't been set. I think there are different personalities and different people tend to lead the discussion. Some people tend to sit in the back and listen and think things through, and then they make their comments in shorter periods of time. But I really appreciate a lot of the things that are carried through in some of the longer comments, because it expresses a lot of the things I've felt. Granted, sometimes things do get carried away, but for the most part, there are so many things that I've wished I could say that end up coming out in those long conversations, and I appreciate that. Another thing that I've kind of mentioned before, and I'm hearing it again, and I hope the town board, I know you guys are trying to push this thing forward and trying to keep the process going, but I find it frustrating that the town board sometimes ends up seeming to have to do Black Oak's homework. That shouldn't be happening. You guys have got enough problems with budgets and with just dealing with other town business, rather than all your time being taken up trying to figure out the correct plans. And like you said, things have changed how many times? We don't even know for sure what's happening yet. It changed earlier or late last year. It changed a couple times this year. I don't see you guys stalling. I see you guys working hard, and I really appreciate that. One last thing, and I've heard kind of some things about this a little bit. If you're getting bad legal advice, is there a time maybe to think about question it myself, some of the things that I've heard that you were told by your legal advisors. And I don't know, just something to consider, that maybe change is good.
Thank you. Tammy?
I just want to, Tammy Allen, 203 Hines Road, the highway department, I hate to see cuts there as far as the roads go. We ran into what a couple years ago, we had all the flooding. We weren't hit as bad as the other neighboring towns. We were substantially hit, but not as bad as Enfield and other areas. But anyway, a lot of those areas is because they weren't cleaned out over the years because they didn't have the money, or they didn't have the time, or whatever, they didn't have the people. Budget cuts. Wintertime, when I'm driving, I leave my house at 6 o'clock in the morning. I usually have one path up my road, which is really appreciated. But when I've gone on the state road, I can tell them the schools are closed because they're not plowed. I get to the highway road because I travel 3 just to get to Ithaca. And sometimes I'm clenching my teeth and saying some words that I'm glad nobody can hear me say because it's not pretty. Sliding down Bostwick the whole way in 4-wheel drive. The cars now today are not like they used to be. And coming home is the same way. The state road sometimes is worse than any other road. I've driven all the way to Newfield and back around just to try to not to have a hill. I don't know, my car's $35,000 roughly. I can't afford a $50,000, $60,000 vehicle. You know, when you start making cuts, you're talking buses and ditches, you're talking kids, you're talking a lot of different situations. I hate to see that happening. It's possibly my child, somebody else's child, your grandchild. Think about that. There's a lot of considerations when you start talking budget cuts. So I appreciate if you actually look into the jobs and see what they're doing, like Beth was saying. A lot of hard workers there. Appreciate it, buddy.
Dawn?
I know I'm becoming a pain in the butt, but I don't care. First of all, I want to say I'm Blackfoot Indian on both sides of my family. I was born and raised on Enfield Center Road. I can relate with the Indians out west because I feel like we're fighting for the same thing, to keep our towns safe, to be healthy. The animals is a huge concern of mine because I have a bird sanctuary pretty much in my yard. I feed 100 pounds of feed every week, probably to every 2 weeks sometimes. I feed everything. Bears, I even got a bear now. Since they've clear cut up there, I have no hawks. I've had a decline in my bats, which I think I have long-eared bats and I have brown bats. And Cornell was supposed to come up and check them out this spring and they have not come up there. I've emailed them. I know why they're not coming up there, because they want the electric over taking care of the bats and the birds and the ornithology lab. I'm sorry. I'm disgusted.
Thank you. Brad, one more.
None. 0.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Brad Connors, 1057 Bostwick Road, resident here in Enfield for over 40 years. I first came to the meeting in April when I saw the division within the community and unrest. Sat in on those public meetings, and interesting, when I walked in, I believe it was an advocate for the wind farm that asked me, "Oh, are you here for the wind farm?" I said, "No, I'm here for the truth." Then a lot of presentations, information, you know, the ill effects, but then the benefits, so both sides got very overwhelming. So I thought I'd step back and just take a look. Okay, what is the benefit of this? How much benefit? Is it worth the effort? And I presented an article. It was the one that I submitted in the public comment period. And I'd like to just read that. Enfield Wind Farm advocates press forward as impending deadlines crucial for project continuation are near. Vast majority of residents living near the wind turbines continue to voice their concerns with questions regarding safety, health, and unknown long-term effects. Advocates continue to reassure them no significant ill effects are likely. Adding the project will provide economic benefits, including local tax revenues and other funds to benefit the community. During recent community meetings, intensely emotional opinions from both sides have been observed. Residents opposed, frustrated as their concerns are not taken seriously. Advocates frustrated this project will not materialize, fearing our civilization will perish unless clean energy alternatives advance quickly. Interesting is the similarities in this campaign expanding wind power and past expansion and development within our nation. Early settlers establishing their homes. Come on. There we go. And communities on the open range. Many arrogant, considering themselves superior, being better educated and more civilized than many of the local and established inhabitants. Some of them realizing the vast number of opportunities available to create wealth and prosperity for those who place their own greed above all else. Railroad, mining, and timber industries advancing our country forward, offering Native Americans meager compensation for the intrusion, disrupting a lifestyle and surroundings. Obviously, without this, our great nation of today would not exist. Having an understanding on the traumatic effects with a family relative who was forced to relocate from a home he built and raised his family in near Horseheads when flood control measures were implemented. In this situation, the need and benefit of this project is without question. Let's take a moment to look at this from a sensible perspective. The purpose of this project is clean energy to offset other forms of electric power generation, preventing global climate change. This wind turbine project is said to be capable of 12 to 14 megawatts of power generation, with insignificant environmental impact from the manufacturing and installation process. On a global scale, the environmental impact of this project is insignificant with no contribution. However,
Time.
Pardon?
You're over your 3 minutes by 30 seconds.
Okay. Okay, well, in any case.
Thank you. Ms. Gingrich.
Beverly Moore, 101 Rumsey Hill Road. I have a couple comments, but questions as well, and I don't know if these can be answered right now, but when Henry brought up the $20,000 in FOIL request expenses, are those itemized? I mean, or could we get an average, like, say Jude FOILs the letter that Guy Crow wrote? Is that cost $250, $500? I mean, it'd just be interesting to know. I'm a little curious. Does anyone have any idea?
No.
So he doesn't send you an itemized list, he just sends a monthly bill, or how does he bill the town?
Lawyers send itemized bills by hour.
By hour?
Sometimes by the 10th of an hour, but at least by the hour.
But they don't say that this was for this letter necessarily?
Yes.
I think it does.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
I think it does.
It does in the bill, an invoice.
Yes, it does.
So nobody can give me any idea, an approximate cost of looking up one letter, emailing it, faxing it, whatever they do?
I think I saw some FOIL reviews that were a couple $100 when I was looking over the,
For one letter?
one FOIL request, I think, yeah. I'm
I
not
didn't
sure.
make that many FOIL requests, I don't know how they spent $20,000.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it got that high either, but,
Well, and in conjunction with that, did any other board members look at that itemized list and say, yes, these were town bills, no, these should go to Blacko?
No, I didn't.
I seen the invoices from each lawyer, but I didn't actually look at whether the itemized list of FOIL requests or not.
Now you're gonna make me wanna do it.
Sounds like a project.
You can ask for
Maybe,
help.
maybe those things could just get split if there's an argument, you know,
Help.
split half and half, because that does seem like a huge expense for the town.
How did we determine that number in the first place without doing that?
I didn't do it, and was part of the process.
what's that?
But you asked the same question 2 weeks ago, how it got to be $20,000.
Did you help with that, Alice? No? Was that all you, Ann, or just?
Henry helped a little bit.
Henry helped, okay.
Frank told me what his costs were regarding FOIL back to the first of the year.
So all the FOIL requests are paid now by the town, or did Black Oak get assigned some of them?
Well, that's the question.
I don't believe they were, I think they were originally billed for FOIL requests, and then it was taken back off.
Every FOIL request was taken off of
I
there.
I believe that's right.
Yes.
Well, that's something to think about. I'll have to think about all of
Does
this.
every FOIL request go through lawyers?
Most of these did.
No, they don't, no.
Some of them were
No,
direct
they
with
don't.
Alice.
They were all directly with Alice.
Yeah, keep in mind,
They
we
didn't go through lawyers, all of them.
we changed the FOIL request this year as well, too, the process.
Right, we wrote it,
We
a
wrote
law
the
was
process,
written,
so
yeah.
Some of this was
Right,
before
right,
the
does
law.
that $20,000 include his work on changing the FOIL sheet, like law?
No, Pavia didn't.
Huh?
Well, it shouldn't include that. That's
Well,
a separate
my
thing.
point
Should
is,
be.
I don't want Jude looking bad, like she ran up $20,000 of bills for the town. Do you know what I mean?
I hear what you say, but that's not my job.
But you don't know, like, you don't know, he didn't tell you, like, this time and this bill is
Yes.
for working on the town law versus FOIL?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
yes.
so so the $20,000 does not include any. of
Working on the FOIL law,
Yeah,
that's town expense.
okay, and so it's not included in the 20,000.
Well, you know, where'd you get the 20,000 that you're
Well,
bantering around?
19, okay, I rounded it up.
Oh,
Yeah,
you rounded it up. Oh, there's my problem. There's my problem.
because Black Oak owed us a certain figure, and then it dropped by almost 20,000 after,
Yeah, 19,500.
Yeah, and that's the
There
part.
was billable to another line in the budget.
And that's the part where we disagree, or
Yeah.
question whether that's
Yeah.
billable or not, because
Yeah.
according to the developer agreement, it sounds like we can charge for that, because most of those FOIL requests were project-specific.
Well, as I say, as the chief financial officer, I'm taking legal advice.
Yep.
And you're gonna get us that information, right?
Well, yes, I'll look into how much autonomy I have.
Okay, and then, Joanne that was here from Dryden Road, Freeville, I wish she would have stayed because she made some comments that, I don't know who's been giving her information, but they were certainly not factual. Saying that the town has been stalling. We've been having how many special meetings, extra? I don't feel bad, you all, if people say you're stalling, because you're not.
I was hoping she stayed too.
Me too.
Yeah.
And she said, I've been coming to these meetings for years. I have seen her at one other meeting since we started coming in December, so we're now at 10 months. So if someone knows her.
Okay, we're now at 6 minutes.
I was not
And,
talking the whole
you know, the hour's getting late and,
I was not talking the whole time, Ann, not near. Sorry. And I'm a little nosy by nature. My husband will attest to that. It can be a positive thing, it can be a negative. I'm really curious, why were the action items pulled tonight? Why, is it because the videographers weren't here? Did you think they wouldn't pass? Did Black Oak recommend you pull them? I'm just really curious.
I made a decision as the supervisor that we would get nowhere tonight until we had further legal advice.
Okay.
And I felt it was a waste of a lot of people's time
Fair
to
enough.
keep them on the agenda. Has Ron spoken this last time?
I didn't really speak earlier.
Oh, come on.
I was giving suggestions, you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
my-
the money-raising suggestions, the
I also
revenue-raising
am
suggestions.
sorry that this woman left because I really, it really pissed me off when she, you know, it's just like these threats that everybody keep on
It's still a
doing.
public meeting and we need decorum, and that means no swearing.
Okay, so that's a swear word, is it?
I consider it a swear word.
Is that a swear word?
Inappropriate.
It's not a 4 word.
We're gonna call it a.
Okay, all right, well, anyway, at any rate, Yeah, it's like, and she leaves, I really wanted to say something, but, these threats are just like ridiculous, particularly under the new light, and I don't even know that it's new light, but they didn't even finish the application. So what has actually been passed and what has actually been voted on? But these threats are just like stupid. You want threats? I mean, does Black Oak want threats? I'm happy to sue again and say I'm going to sue again or whatever, but it's pretty stupid. But at any rate, I wanted to thank, and particularly coming from Dryden, I mean, come on, it's sort of a lot of nerve. I wanted to thank the board, and I really thank you for, picking this apart and not bending over and, really looking at this and looking at this in terms of the people that are going to be affected by this. This is something that's going to be going down for 30 years if it goes down. It's big. And I also, I agree with Beth when she said that, if we don't have some sort of standard and some sort of laws, we're going to have the next corporation, coming in here trying to use resources that don't belong to them. Again, and we'll have to go through this process again and again. And if somebody sneaks, more industry in here, all of the reasons why all of us are here to begin with is going to be ruined. So, thanks.
Can I respond to that? As far as the wind law, we are planning on making recommendations to changes to the wind law that will fix some of the things that we feel need to be changed or fixed in that. And so we'll be bringing that to the board, hopefully next month, at the meeting.
About the 65 over.
We're fixing that.
I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
Adjourn.
Thank you.